I'm eating lunch. Dang it. I'm not done. Uh, um, uh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Enjoy.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I have a question. All the people that are making jokes in chat about Starliner Never Fly, when it flies in like 2 weeks, what are you gonna say then? You gonna move the goalpost? Oh, it'll never fly people? We moving the goalpost down the road here? Or is that what we're doing? Man. I wonder where those people are. Oh, it'll never fly. Never fly. It'll never fly. I mean, when it gets delayed in 2 weeks. Bobber. Do you see this? Do you see this? This is a mentally challenged frog that my girlfriend knitted, okay? And he is judging you right now. See? He's Chroma Pepe. And he is people leaving on you. Floating people eyes! It feels good, man. He's a stealth frog, Linux. Jesus! Stop the stream right now and go marry the... I'm trying, man. I'm working on it. It takes time. Okay. Alright. How you doing, Linux? How's everything, buddy? Try faster. Did they paint the abort stabilizers? Whoa, nice Airbus capsule. Oh. All right. Thomas. Mr. Clutch made me do it. At least ours is in a goddamn model sitting outside doing nothing. Okay? See that? See this? Real spacecraft. Okay, see that? Mock up. Okay? See that? Oh, that's a nice freaking jungle gym you got there. That's a nice jungle gym. Oh, whammy. Where's Airbus's capsule? Oh, wait. You don't have one. You should sanction me. Sanction me with your army. Oh, wait a minute. You don't have an army. Guess that means you need to shut the frick up. That's what I'd do if I didn't have an army. I would shut the frick up. Why didn't Hermes happen? Yes. So yeah, Grab Shark. Just real quick before we start playing Kerbal. Here, I want to show you my new favorite thing to do. My new favorite thing to do is literally just see. I have two ADARs and they just have all M4 parts on them. Because I took the M4 parts and I put them on ADARs. I died, and we'll see if I get it. We'll see if I get my insurance back. But also, yeah, see, everybody's gonna try and get this. But no one's gonna take the ADAR. All right, that's my new favorite thing to do. This is what the French are doing with the. No. I will not allow smut on this stream. Did you like that? Did you like that? I didn't want to do that. At least it's inside what looks like an intact hang. Ooh. Ooh. Cringe. Basil, cringe. Let's get the joystick out. Let's get the joystick. Have you all seen the photos of the abandoned Burans? Very interesting. Oh, yeah. 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 Wait a minute. What? China is already well ahead of the competition and has recorded 60% of the world's power pack supply because they're building Teslas. But because they're building. Wow. Don't catch the dumb. Chat, don't catch the dumb. It can't be that simple. 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 No one would push that knowing that you could debunk that in like 5 seconds. No. It has to be more. They must own like a subcontractor for the batteries or whatever. It must be. Nobody's that dumb. I'm sorry. I refuse. I refuse to believe it. Even if they are, I refuse. Dude, it's Twitter. Elon likes girth. What the hell? Hang on. Sound me.
In a month or so.
That's tricky to scale from, because perspective wise right here it almost looks the same, you know, just from our perspective, but it's
about 30-40 feet taller.
Okay.
So it's more about you know, in this case girth is more important than length because we need to be able to construct more ships and boosters.
Yeah.
So we're making good progress with.
I love how he kind of chuckles. He's like, girth is bigger than. He knew it was. Yeah, he knew. All right. Did he post it? No. He knew what he was doing. It's calculated poker. It's calculated. Very calculated. I just gotta try to make sure that anytime I see something I don't like, I make this face. The richest guy in the world's making dick jokes about his multi-billion-dollar spaceport. All right. I'm not upset. I'm dead serious. I'm not upset. I think that's hilarious. Also, chat, be sure to make the Force be Harry Gandalf. Okay? Cool. Now that we got that out of the way. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, you know, you guys ever watch Charlie Murphy's True Hollywood Story, right? You ever watch that? What's he gonna do? Slap me back? I'm Rick James. He's Charlie Murphy. He's Elon Musk. He can make dick jokes if he wants. He's the richest guy in the world. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna do nothing. I'm Rick James. He's Charlie Murphy. Frick your couch. Buy another one, you rich mother trucker. Frick your couch. Namaste. Yep. May the Schwartz be with you. May the Schwartz be with you. Adorable. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap! That's still funny, dude. Still funny. Still funny. 15 years later, it's still funny. Actually, it's almost 20, but it's still hilarious. That makes me laugh every time. I've been out of the loop in KSP for a while. What are we doing at the moment? I'm working on my medium launch vehicle. After it was all over, he took us back to the house. He served us pancakes. Pancakes, man. Who the frick would make that up? You're still on the waiting list for Spaceballs the Flamethrower. The kids love this one. God willing, we'll all be back in Spaceballs 2 to search for more money. The Force? No. The Schwartz. So long, Star. You have the ring. And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Let's see how well you
Discovery, go at throttle up.
handle it. Primo and I watched that movie about a week ago. We watched it again. That movie is still funny. I still laughed every dude. It gets funnier and funnier every time. Like, it's so good, man. Spaceballs 2 needs to happen. Too many Star Wars movies have happened that haven't been parodied. I agree. And there's a lot to parody. Imagine Blazing Saddles coming out in 2022. You know what I would want? We need another Tropic Thunder. You know, Tropic Thunder, it's my catcher in the rye. Tropic Thunder was the last one of those movies. You guys realize that. And Tropic Thunder is just as quotable as Spaceballs, Blazing Saddles, Hot Shots. It was the last one of those movies. Hey, Chief. There's a few aspects of Tropic Thunder that may not fly. Have you seen Blazing Saddles? Pray. Have you seen Blazing Saddles? I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. You're a dude that don't know what dude he is. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Mel Brooks movies, Kincaid, some of my favorite movies. Yeah. Combine the two. Blazing Thunder. Alright. Comb the desert. Comb the desert! As president of Planet Spaceball, I assure you and your viewers, there's no possible problems with the air shield. I know, I've heard that as well. Yep, alright. Bye-bye. Shithead. Ah! I told you never to call me on this wall. This is an unregistered wall. Alright. Let's find the MLV. Here it is. Oh. Yes. Demands a timeout. I mean, all I see is demands a timeout, Panta, so there you go. You got a timeout. Perrier. Yep. Alright. No, sir. I don't like it. Alright, we're going to continue fleshing out the MLV today. So this is the medium-duty launch vehicle for my new mission mode architecture. Not new mission mode save, new mission mode architecture. You mad? What's the matter, Pansy? You can't roll with the Yankee? Huh? Can't roll with the Yankee? Huh? 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 Whammy. All right. So we got the second stage kind of figured out here, at least a version of it here. My mom's side of the family is more Yankee than you. Ew. Yeah, at this point, this is the only Twitch channel I'm on that I have to remember to keep it semi-PG-ish. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. All right. So we started working on the second stage, and now I gotta start fleshing out a first stage here and how that should all work. Sometimes people forget it happens. I mean, I know. I don't take it. It's not like I take offense to it. What do you think? I'm gonna get offended by words? Ew. No, I don't. It doesn't bother me. I just try to keep it family friendly during the day, dude. That's all. You know how hard that is. Like, you know how hard it is for me not just want to curse my freaking brains out sometimes at this game, at any game that I play.
You see, words are like bullets, and I just let them pass right through me.
Anyway. Yeah, keep it real in the content. We will go back and forth on some Mel quotes another time. Yeah, we will. Think I'm gonna take orders from you, chat? You might speak 16 languages, but you're gonna need it when you in Times Square selling fake hats. I know Gucci when I see it, man. I'm rich. Hey, Elro. Yeah, Panna, that explains a lot. Fords are overpriced paperweights. See, words can hurt. No, Red, it's no. See, the words don't hurt because I know you're wrong. Why does your booster have 2 indoor stages? It's an aft skirt. This is an aft skirt, Dankelberg, for putting fuel cells and fuel tanks and reaction control systems for later versions of the stage, if I want to. There's a similar method that was employed here with this vehicle, with a real life launch vehicle. Caps lock. My keyboard likes getting used. That's right, Ren. Yeah, you heard me. Oh, nope. I wanted to click up here, and it... see? The YouTube algorithm knows me. You see how they have the skirt right here? Do you know why they did that? Anyone? So... this is employing a future launch basically I'm putting the skirt in here for future proofing stuff. The reason why I'm future proofing this is because I don't know exactly what kind of use this second stage is going to get in the future. I might want to make a reusable tug out of it. Right? Now, the reason why I'm citing Vulcan here as an example, is because Vulcan's made it in a very particular way. Check this out. That's the end of the fuel tank right there. The bulkhead is riding in here. And then you have a structural stand right here that bolts to the engine section. The engine section, remember, see the bolts right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bolts right there. Connects to a subframe. And that subframe is what holds the engines because they jettison. Because smart reuse. But see how they put that extra buffer in there? That's all over. Stuff like that is all over Vulcan. There's all kinds of future proofing built into this design. I can already... Like, guys, I was able to tell you just by looking at it. I looked at this footage when it came out more than a year ago, and I'm like, that's built for smart reuse. I can tell you it's built for smart reuse just because of the way it is. And that's pretty neat. No, you see that kind of stuff all over Vulcan.
Our production begins with aluminum sheets
Here, watch.
expertly machined to remove more than 2/3 of the weight, resulting in the structurally strong yet lightweight
Oh, that's so freaking cool. Look at that brake.
Panels are then bump pressed to form the curves required.
Oh, that's so cool.
At the same time, rings, adapters, and other structural components.
Look at the size of that freaking...
Next, the aluminum domes, panels,
Dome.
and other structures that form Vulcan Centaur's propellant tanks
Baffle.
are first cleaned and etched to a smooth, even surface, and finally anodized to harden and prevent corrosion. Following X-ray inspection, 5 completed
Let's drive down the toll road, feller.
panels for the liquid natural gas tank are assembled and joined together using friction stir welding. Unlike traditional
that's
welding,
dope.
where filler material is used to join components, friction stir welding uses a head to stir the metal of the 2 panels together as it
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That looks like one piece. That was stir welded, man. Stir welded and anodized.
moves down the seam. The
crazy.
resulting joint is stronger and produces a lighter weight, higher performing tank. The process is repeated to create the liquid oxygen
Drive down the
tank.
toll road, feller.
Differential friction stir welding is
So see, they have these skirts in there all over the place. They're all over Vulcan. I mean, that's the engine
then
section. That's
used
the
to
bottom.
join the
But
2 propellant tanks that comprise the Vulcan Centaur booster. As production continues
Watch
on the
this.
booster stage,
watch the stainless steel. This is how they make the bulkheads for the second stage. Watch this. See that piece of stainless? Watch.
stretch forming gore panels for the Centaur's second stage propellant tanks is underway. The stainless steel gore panels are then welded together to create the propellant tank domes. The gore welder is one of several highly specialized.
This is
welding
United Launch
stations
Alliance.
in
This
the
is Tori
Centaur
Bruno.
production
I know.
process.
Oh, that is so freaking cool.
Meanwhile, at Cape Canaveral Space Launch Complex 41, Vulcan Centaur's mobile launch platform has been constructed.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
and
build
water
another one of
suppression
those.
System has been upgraded, along with other modifications ahead of Vulcan's 2021 liftoff.
Ooh, that didn't age well. But anyway, Vulcan has all this stuff there's all this stuff that I've noticed on it that it's dialed in for. Smart reuse is one of them. I have a theory, and I can't prove it, and it's just from literally looking at YouTube footage all day. I think they're going to do ACES as well. It makes sense. There's not necessarily a customer for ACES right now, but that doesn't mean that there won't be a customer for a reusable second stage on-orbit tug in the future. Now, we haven't really seen a Centaur 5 fully assembled yet. We've only really seen Vulcan's first stage assembled. If ULA releases some footage about the second stage, I could probably show you. It probably has a bulkhead like this. Probably has something like that if I had to guess. So it basically is an aft cargo carrier in here that I want to put RCS inside of. I'm not going to do that right out of the gates, but we could do it in the future if we want to. Billy's like, I know that crane. Is friction stir welding the same as this? Inertial friction welder for aerospace component. It says it in the title, Flykin. Yes, that's stir welding. We haven't seen Centaur 5 pictures. Have you seen a fully assembled one, Blue? I haven't seen one. Do they have to build another launch platform? They're building 2 more, Elro. Because so many Vulcan launches. They're building 2 Vulcan mobile launchers. They're building another one. We've seen this picture. Let me see. Alright, well, let's take a look here. Does it have anything there? Bulkheads. It doesn't, but look at how far that dome is sticking off the forward skirt bulkhead right there. And look at how far the aft bulkhead is sticking off. See what I'm talking about, man? See what I'm talking about? Yeah, see? Same thing again. Man. Centaur 5 makes DCSS look like doggy poop. Jeez. Yeah, we haven't seen a fully assembled one, but that one's pretty close. How do the processes, procedures, hardware, and software of the control centers evolve along with the vehicles themselves? What do you mean? Like, wait, what are you getting at? I'm confused. Step-by-step iterative, basically, you know. Hellfish, it's like, okay. Look, it's no secret that a lot of people in the aerospace industry like racing cars, and they also like spaceflight. Tom Mueller's a good example. Drew Faustel is an astronaut that races cars for fun. It's no secret here. So, okay, I'll use race cars as an example because that's what I always do. You know, with cars, you got to take the engine out. You got to find quicker ways to jack the car up. You got to find quicker ways to take the lug nuts off, right? Or the lug nut. Nobody uses 5 lugs anymore. I don't think NASCAR was the last one. You got to find quicker ways to do this, and that really comes from just doing it. So they're going to put one together, and they'll write down everything, and then someone's in charge of that process optimization. NASA does the same thing. You guys just noticed that ever since Core Stage 1 with SLS came out of the shop, Core Stage 2, Core Stage 3, and Core Stage 4 parts are just coming everywhere out of the blue. It's not an accident. That you figure out ways to optimize over time by just putting the thing together. As the vehicle advances so much, the traffic control centers that control them, in the end, they will have to be more routine and more like airlines. I thought you were talking about factories, man. I don't know where you're going with this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, Blue. Yeah. Centaur 5 will be my favorite upper stage. Hellfish, okay, I see what you're asking now. That's actually a really good question. Do you want my personal opinion, or do you want what I think is going to happen? Like, do you want where I think it needs to go, or what is most likely going to be a thing in the future? Kruthi hatch closer is at 11 p.m. with an undocking at 1:05. Splashdown on the 6th at 12:43. We're going to watch it after Summer Car. Sure. So, where it's most likely going to go is the FAA is going to kind of control things for a little while, and they're going to basically see how that is. I don't see that, like the FAA authorizing the launch and then a localized launch control with a localized mission control going anywhere in the future. As the processes get optimized over time, Kennedy Space Center might eventually the range might need an air traffic control tower or space traffic control tower. It wouldn't be too far-fetched. There's already space traffic control systems. They're called, well, space control squadrons. That's already a thing. Space Force helped kind of solidify that. Yeah, there's the 18th Space Control Squadron, so Space Force Delta 18. Or no, that serves under Delta 6, 18th Space Control Squadron. There's the 6th, Delta 6, I forget what the other one is. There's the 18th, and then there's something else. There's already space control towers, and there's already centers for space. Yeah, that's already a thing. Yeah, Thomas, kind of. Kind of how it is evolving, where it should probably go. It's going to have to eventually be like that. You know, eventually you're going to have rockets bottling up the Cape. They're going to be going up and coming down. They're going to eventually have to find a way to do parallel operations if space keeps going at the way that it's going. You know, because you're going to have stuff like this coming in all the time. Yeah, Grab Shark, it looks like an arrow shield came off. I don't get it. Anyway. Are you covering Mars sample return public comment meeting? It's in 2 hours. I hadn't planned on it, Sile, no. We have to dive into the congressional... We have to dive into the congressional meeting today for space news. But, yeah, let's get to work. Alright, so some stuff that I really haven't figured... Oh, no, I did the avionics. Nice. Alright, let's go in here. So... Fellas, I actually had a dream about how to... I went to bed last night thinking about how I'm going to put the back of this vehicle together and how it's going to sit on the pad. And I had an interesting idea. I'm not really sure if it's going to work, though. Maybe we should test it today. We should, because I'm doing trade studies for this thing right now. I'm trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to master the more detailed builds on KSP without just doing a simple one-stage booster. I'm trying to just kind of cast my mind back to the last thing I was doing before I did this. It takes a second to get back into gear. But, alright, so let's, lettuce. How about dreaming about the lottery instead? Try to stick with things that are in my wheelhouse. You had a dream, did you chase it? No, I catch dreams. Alright, so now we gotta make an interstage here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a little bit of a trick here. I gotta make an interstage for the upper stage, but I have to make sure that it lines up with this. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to merge this vehicle with itself. I told it to go have intercourse with itself. We doing May the 4th shenanigans? I'm not really interested in doing that. Especially with kind of the way DMCA stuff is and whatnot. I don't really have any interest. Alright. So see, we can go in here like this. There we go. Yeah, don't really have any interest doing that. Alright, so get rid of that. And then we take this, right? See? Just make literally the same thing. And then I need a ruler. I just wanted to work on the MLV today. Like, guys, I'll be honest, I don't want to do anything with Star Wars because of how, like, DMCA stuff is, you know? I'm worried about it. Because Disney likes doing stuff like that. So, I'm not... Like, I don't, like... Is it bad? Like, I don't even want to... Sometimes I don't even want to play the Epcot build because I'm, like, worried. Is that strict? Disney is very protective of its IP, dude. So all I'll say is, may the Schwartz be with you, and say, well, God willing, maybe someday we'll all be back for May the 4th too. The search for more money. There we go. Now we can take this and switch it to the black and white interstage. Look at that. Pretty cool, huh? Now we can get rid of these.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dish, nice. How far from a test flight is it? Far away, Mars. Sorry, it's far away. Yeah. I'm not sure how that cut interstage is. I may have made it a little too long. Maybe the aft skirt doesn't need to be as big as the forward skirt, you know? I have a lot of testing to do, Mars, yeah. I'm not just gonna put this thing on the pad and Uterino it. I'm gonna do dynamic testing with it. We're gonna do a lot of testing. Looks good though. The less dry mass on the upper stage, the better. Yeah. Alright, let's go in here like this. So these struts I'm using as rulers, dudes. Let's just go... Oops. Derp. Derp, the official drink of me. That should get everything aligned here. Yep, okay. So I'm thinking move it to like right. You know what? It'd probably be better anchoring against up against the tank. So you know what we're doing? Here's what we're doing. Let's delete it. But I'm gonna leave that there as an engine mounting plate because it helps with the auto struts. Because then if I grandparent strut the engine, it struts to the fuel tank on top of being connected to a docking port. And if I connect the docking port to here, it'll work like an internal stringer. We could actually end up making this stronger doing it this way anyway. So, all right, let's go over here like this. And let me get a ruler, and I'm going to attach a ruler first stage side here to measure, basically act like a caliper and get the length that we need. Now we got to see where the collider ends. Okay, the collider starts basically where the dark texture starts. So basically right there. Okay, so now let's separate the first stage. And then go in here, go to the fairing. And then if we go back to the master part right there on the first stage. Oh yeah, look at that. Can't even see the seam. Sweet. All right, I don't like the striped fairing now because of the texture, so let's just switch it to the straight lighter fairing. You can get rid of that one. Yeah, forward skirt on the stage looks fine. You know what? This would be so much easier if you could just place a part and an offset tool had a numeric entry mode where you could type in the coordinates. Yeah, a channel box, Signer. Yeah, like in Maya. I 100% agree with you. That is quite literally the reason why I use Absolute Snap, because Absolute Snap snaps on a 10 centimeter grid. Yeah. 1/10 of a meter, 10 centimeters, yeah. Absolute Snap snaps 10 centimeters. So in my mind, I have those numbers. Every time I build in KSP, I have those numbers up here. And I'm using Absolute Snap to hold everything together. Grumpy. No, it's just 2 cubic octags and a strut. Absolute Snap snaps, absolutely. Akabidi, I have a question for you. You don't like VTOLs, but every time I launch a rocket, it's technically a vertical takeoff. So what does that say about you? I never said I don't like VTOL, and you can't prove it. All right. That actually looks really nice. Yeah, that looks really good. Sneaky, yeah. This the MLV is going to be a nice little launch vehicle. I shouldn't do it. How many engines do you have clipped into each other on the first stage? 0. 7 skippers, man. Combined with a skipper upper stage. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying a new thing here with just no engines clipped. And then first and second stage with the same motor. It might pay off, it might not. We'll find out. Good old Skipperino. Indeed. The skipper's gonna get a skirt or a cowling? Well, Yeah, I gotta figure something out back there. Jockey, how are you? I mean, skippers are basically, Prey, it's basically like having an RS-68. An RS-68, excuse me. But also, pressure-fed turbo pump? That's weird. Yeah, why? It's the spool-up gas? Okay. 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 The spin-up COPVs. Yeah, alright, alright. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Ah! Is there such a thing as a pressure-fed turbo pump in real life? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that could be the spool-up gas. That's a good point. I didn't consider that. I think they're mail engines. I think they deliver mail. You know how I can tell? Little balls. Are RS-68s in use now or in the future? They're in use now, but not for long. There's only 12 RS-68s left in existence. What engines are those? Skippers? What real-life equivalent is this supposed to be? Is there not one? This is my design. I'm wondering what the skippers are modeled after. RS-68s, most likely. It's a Tubman 601. I flew one in Little Nettie Goes to War. Alright, let's work on the grid here. So, Prey, you'll understand this. I've been, on my Freedom rockets, I ended up putting in a, basically an ISO grid on the, we put ISO grids on the first stage. Now, what does that mean? ISO grids in real life are milled aluminum plates like the ones we just saw on Vulcan a second ago. Now, the Kerbal way to do that, and what ISO grids do is they provide extra strength and they also help with tank baffling. We don't have to worry about either of those things with Kerbal. But what we do have to worry about, because I'm putting this rocket together, right? I'm not just putting it out on the pad. Because I have to pick that first stage up, take it vertical, and place it on the pad. It's susceptible to bending. And rockets, I don't know if you've ever had a floppy rocket in Kerbal, right? Sometimes that does happen. My way to get around that is to segment out these tanks, build them in sections. See how I could have used 3 regular tanks here. And we still could, like, don't get me wrong. I like the way that these tanks look, though. But my way of getting around that bending that can happen, and also a way to help with loads during ascent, is to clip the section slightly and then run struts from one tank to the other in a triangulated format. Doing this basically gives you, it does the same thing that an ISO grid would do on a rocket. It's the same, it's like the Kerbal equivalent. And I'll show you what that means in a little bit. I'll show you how that all comes together in a second. You need more power. I do? Huh? I don't think I do. Floppy rockets happen to a lot of... More engine power. Is that... Why do you say that? I don't. But, alright. I mean... You let it flop around and keep the dynamic pressure down. Well, first stage loads are going to be a little bit on the higher side here, don't you think? Rose, I think we're okay. I tallied out the numbers before I even started making the final version of the rocket. I just put together some fuel tanks and some engines, and then, like, with a payload mass up at the top, and just started putting it together. And the numbers do check out. Looking good, my man. What's up, Benno? Cool. What a view. Yeah, it's nice. Do I leave auto strut off on these tanks? No, I auto strut them. Free struts. Free struts for you, Jim. Now I have 3 struts on the outside and 1 strut in the center. This thing, you ever notice that the Freedom rockets never bent? They never did anything like this. They were super rigid on ascent, within reason. I mean, they still did have some slight bending here around the stages and the fairings and whatnot, but yeah. Now, the engine section. Take my logo off here. Just put that on there as a fun thing to do. Save that. And then let me get in here and make sure that the fairing is set to same vessel. Yep. Very nice. Now, the engine section. So I'm assuming you will test your builds in creative mode as well. My general rule, Grumpy, is that I don't. I should know Kerbal good enough to be able to just launch it. Like, I'm pretty damn sure that this would fly right now. It could get payload into space. but pretty damn sure doesn't cut it with NASA. You have to be sure. So what I like to do is I test my boosters. I'll put it on a test stand, just like they would in real life. We'll put it through dynamic loads. I'll build all the testing equipment out with it, and we'll test it. It's more fun that way. From the Burger Man, the ICPS valve is already fixed. NASA will hold a media teleconference at 3:30 p.m. Eastern on Thursday to discuss the status of next week's wet dress rehearsal for the SLS rocket. They've already fixed the upper stage valve issue. You know what, guys? I'm convinced that Eric Berger loves SLS. I'm convinced. Wouldn't second stage Kraken since you have 3 parts with SVI on? Oh, yeah, that aft skirt, we probably should build that, huh? Why is that? I don't know. Guy won't stop talking about it. He literally talks about SLS more than he talks about SpaceX, more than he talks about Falcon 9, and that guy loves Falcon 9. I'm pretty sure he loves SLS. I'm pretty damn sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're gonna need to put that interstage there. Damn. Okay, that means I need to re-equip it, which means we need to do this. That looks good. Thank you. Yeah, good call. We're gonna need to have a little bit of an aft skirt here on this stage. It's no problem. Actually, oh no, I already saved it. I can't do that. Yeah, that's okay. There we go. Thank you, Banana Time. I appreciate it, man. As much as I hate admitting this, your boy might be a little bit rusty. So that needs to have SVI on. Yeah, keep that dark. There we go. 15,000 hours and no muscle memory. just built a 3.7 meter core rocket in Kerbal that puts 61 tons into 100 by 100 easily. You're going to push it to the limit and see if I can get to 80. Okay? Strimmer acknowledged. Fellas. I don't like this. You know why I don't like it? Because it's not exact. It's not an exact replica of that. And the fact that your guns say replica down the side, and mine says Desert Eagle .50, should perpetuate your balls into shrinking, along with your presence. It's not an exact copy. I don't like that. I don't like it. I'm going to merge the craft file with itself, and I'm going to use this and make it go backwards again. Hey, Honey Piston. Good morning. Now we got to do the old nose cone trick again here. Got to make sure it attaches to the right point. That's why I'm plugging all these up, because I want this attached right there. And then I want you attached to the fairing. Come on, you. Go in here like this. Interstage nodes. If I can just make this right, go to right there. Let's see. So take this fairing. Now we're going to edit it. Perfect. Perfection. For Wings Wednesday, stick your tongue out face. Oh dear. That's probably doing less. It's probably causing more drag, Flykin, than it is actually giving you thrust. Is this 4? No, 375. got up to 20 miles an hour. Okay. Did I miss something? Is that not like a easily obtainable speed on a bike, or am I stupid? Like, is that did I miss something? Some guy made it on YouTube and reached 20 miles an hour. Oh, there's no chain drive to the wheels. Ah, neat. See, once again, you're using a propeller to go 20 miles an hour, but you can go 20 miles an hour by pedaling it with the chain attached to the wheels. But also, it's neat. But yeah. You can just do that going to... Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Dwarf Man. May the fourth be with you. Thank you. How are you, buddy? Original inventor's goal was to get to 25 miles an hour. Attach wings and go flying. It was the attempt to make the first man-propelled aircraft. Yeah, I got you. Alright. Yeah, I see it. I see what you're saying. There we go. Press conference news. On May 5th, NASA leaders will discuss the status of the next wet dress rehearsal. Well. Well, that was quick. As a more practical thing, you could move the propeller to the front of the bike and turn it into a stationary bike, and then you can have a built-in cooling fan. But what about the wind that you get from riding a bike? This just sounds like riding a bike with extra steps. This just sounds like riding a bike with extra steps. Okay. All right, so now let's go in here. Now let's go there, center that one. 1, 2, 3, and then we gotta make sure that that struts at 45. There we go. I give up. You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I got you. I got you. There we go. I know it's basically just a long freaking tube, dudes. Like, I get it. But this thing... Make the first stage orange? Orange, you glad that I got some porridge for you. Oh. Dude. Okay. Okay, I know we kind of ruled out doing SRBs and stuff. Like, I know we did, but also... See this guy? This guy right here. This thing. That is a chunker of a frickin' rocket, man. I know we ruled it out. I know we ruled it out. But also... No, I'm not gonna do it. This is out of design scope. It's out of design scope, fellas. Besides, if we were gonna do it, we already decided that we were gonna do this. If we were gonna do... That's just Big Titan. That's just Big Titan. Big Titan. Big Titan. It's like Big Chungus, but with Titans. Big Titan. It's cost plus, okay? There's nothing wrong with cost plus contracting. Stop perpetuating that crap take about spaceflight. Stop that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Bad chat. Elon would appreciate the girth. That is a terrible, stupid rumor that's made up by people that have no idea what they're talking about. Stop it. Besides, yeah, I mean, we can just... Holy shnikes. That is a monster. MLV heavy. Yep. Big delta. Big delta. You guys understand, like, actually, this is about... Let me think. Delta 4 Heavy's a 5-meter core. Yeah. This basically is a scale Delta 4 Heavy. Yeah. For the most part. Need a different second stage, though. Yeah, that's way too much for what we're trying to do. Guys, this can move 18 into space with a 375 fairing. It's a really good vehicle to begin with. Nothing wrong with some chonkers to help out. Big chonkers. Even 2 little thoroughbreds down there. Wow. Delta 4 medium vibes for days.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
These aren't bad rockets either. Stretch the fairing in a future variant. Cool fish. Cool whip. Yeah, H2B. Yeah, wait. All right. Just because. I'm gonna do it. Just... That pretty much is H2B minus the engine configuration. It's 18 to low curb in orbit. It pretty much is. It's like here, look. I'll show you. Glorious Nihon! Yes! Actually, screw H2B. H2A is better. You know the crazy part is, that's a really good rocket. The H2B and the H2A are criminally underrated. Hey Nazalik, why is the H2A better? Bigger upper stage. Yeah, it's actually a really good little rocket. It's Delta 4 derived, fellas. For people that don't know, it's Delta 4 derived. Now don't get me wrong. We gave the Japanese some plans for Delta 4 and they said, no, this is not right, we make our own. And they did Japanese things to it. Like put big freaking solids attached to the side. But yeah, that's all Delta 4 derived stuff. See, spray on foam insulation, 5-meter core. It's all Delta 4 derived. I mean, don't get me wrong. It is a chonker of a freaking rocket. It's really good. Look up what an H2A can do. Here, you know what? I'll just show you. It's a pretty damn good little launch vehicle for what it is. And well, it ain't little. Look at this. 15,000, 6,000 to GTO. It's a good little rocket. Delta 4 medium all day. Or just Atlas 401. It's kind of like it, Pigzig. Open expander cycle engines are pretty unusual. Yep. How big is the Japanese Space Agency? They're a partner on the ISS. They have their own module up there, Kyron. JAXA does a lot of stuff. They have their own launch site. Now look at that thing. It's a good little rocket. Opinion on my new super heavy launch vehicle. Alucard, do you want to know my actual reaction to this? You see that? You see this picture? See this picture? It's a picture of Von Braun, right? But you can tell. You can tell that someone's like, Werner, we need you to take a picture for a second. And he's like, I'm too busy working with rockets. Why do you want to take my picture? All right, fine. See? See? You see Werner's face there? That's the fit. That's what I think about that. The Nine. He's scheiße. 9. You're making Werner mad. What's wrong with you? No, Alucard. No. That is so not right. So not right. Alucard, come on, man. That is so not right. See, goalie. Holy words I can't use until after hours. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. We went rocket launching. Why do you disappoint Werner? What's wrong with you? It is super right. 13.8 kilometers a second Delta V is super right. May the fourth be with you. Nice, Cajun.
All over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Give me 1 second.
Let's hit the road.
Yeah, I mean, but it's sure to warm your heart. I don't know. I don't really like the orange. I like the stripes. The stripes are cool. Because the last Freedom rocket was orange. Anyway, let's figure out the engine section, dudes. How are we going to do this? New Dragon. Ugh. Please. Yay. Alright, so now we got to figure out how we're going to do the engine section. The engine section is one of the most complicated parts, because this is where the most load gets applied to the vehicle. I would put the fuel on top of the engines. Oh, I can't play it. Never mind. How about this? Alternative Universe Falcon Heavy. I want to finish my engine section, please. Yes. See, okay, fellas, we have this thing. The nozzles on this engine, the nozzles on the rocket are kind of sticking out a little bit. But I also don't want to make a New Glenn rocket. Understand? Because, like, the easiest way to do this would just be to bow the fairing out and around. Just had your rocket on 6x I-beams that seem to work fine. Oh, okay. Alright, you know what? We'll see how it looks, okay? So let me separate the engine section for a moment. And then we're going to go in here. EJ got some aluminum tubes. I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube. Aluminum! First of all, let's see how this looks. I'm pretty sure parts are going to be clipping out. Like a lot. He looks like Jar Jar. Psst, you're Bumblebee tuna. All right. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Give me a ruler. There's a lot of things we gotta think about here. Let me guess. White devil, white devil? Yes, you speak what you do. Tell them what I'm saying. I represent the princess. War is hell. The last thing we want is a fight. Alright, fellas, here's where I'm at. So what I have to do here... This thing... Oh, okay. Or I could just yawn. You know, that's good. That's good. What I could just do here is, we can bow the engine section out. But the problem is that I gotta put landing legs on this. So if I put landing legs on it and I have a bowed out engine section, unless I make New Glenn style landing legs, which I kind of don't want. I want flip out landing legs like Falcon 9. I'm not sure what's gonna be the right way to do this, you know? But, see, I don't know if it's going to fit. I mean, Alright, let's try something. Can you make old style Starship hop legs? I could. I don't like it. Thanks, Sneaky. Got some ideas, fellas. Let me mess with it. Okay. Put the narrow long arrow intakes down to help cover the pipes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you want me to... Here, hold up. Where is it? These guys. Actually. Bro. Yo, that's freaking sick, dude. The long arrow pipes, I see what you're saying with the long ones, but that actually looks good, though, too. Yeah. It took me a second. You want these ones right here, right? Do intakes have drag? Yeah, I think so, Doom, yeah. What happens if we do a little bit of... Yeah, okay. Doesn't look bad, though. Could you reliably connect landing legs to these? No. That's actually why I wanted to go with the short ones. But, you know what, fellas? I need to do some research, if you don't mind. Will it stop porpoising? Bro, do you see the silver arrow on this thing? No, I can actually engineer a car correctly. Owned. Let's get something out to do some testing, if you don't mind. Gotta find it. Waits to see EJ Engineer's own car cap it. Yeah, it was a joke. There it is. I need to do a little bit of research here. Actually, we'll place them in sim. Place both of them in symmetry. And then go here, remove from sim, and then close that intake, and close that intake. Let's go fly for a second if you don't mind. It has robotics on it, Jim. Oh, I play Kerbal a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I need to see how these fare aerodynamically. Let's take a look at some numbers here. Yeah, Doom, I got you. I'm not really so much looking for impact tolerance, but differences here between open and closed intakes. No difference. Huh. Kilo Bravo 70. Heavy. Climb 2 and maintain 5,000. Yeah, no difference. Interesting. Alright, so I guess the only thing to really see here is how much drag they make. I don't think going supersonic will make a difference. Well, we won't know until we try, Maricos, right? So right here I have the difference between open and closed intakes, and then these are the big intakes versus the small intakes. I just want to see how much drag these things are actually going to make. Now don't get me wrong, everything that I attach to anything that flies through the air is going to make some drag. Even if it's inside of a fairing, its physical properties will be imparted onto the fairing, particularly with mass. Not so much with aero, but Kerbal does fudge it a little bit. Can this thing vent some fuel to make it quicker? Vent some fuel. No. Kilo Bravo 70, turn right heading 270. Climb 2 and maintain 8,000. Hey, Jackman. No, Hillness, I didn't, but I trains 2022. Nice. King, vent fuel to make it go faster? No, no, no. Don't worry. We're gonna vent fuel into the engines instead to make them go faster. Okie dokie? We're out of the transonic into full supersonic. Lock 2. Alright. I'm gonna pause for a second. The closed intake is making more drag, slightly more drag at higher speed across the board, but these things... 2.33. The radials make a lot of drag. Yeah, see, so look, the closed radial is making more drag than the open radial at high speed. However, the closed ramp is making less drag than the open ramp at high speed. Not much, though. There's not much of a difference, interestingly enough. It's for looks, Hip. It doesn't do anything. KB27 or KB70 Kilo Bravo 70 turn right heading 1 or heading 09. I just wanted to see. Now I'm wondering what happens if we turn the thing backwards. I should have probably put backwards intakes on this just to be sure, but... just fly backwards? You saw the mustard video on this plane the other day. How were we coming up with stuff like this in the 50s and 60s? I don't know, man. Looks like a Eurofighter. This is a little bit bigger than a Eurofighter, rough. Same idea though, but employed for a very different reason. This plane is based off of the XB-70 high altitude supersonic bomber that the US came up with in the 50s and the 60s. The real question is, why did we stop? Lack of a clear and present threat. You guys gotta understand. The end of the Cold War, 91. I mean, we're doing crazy stuff like this until the 90s, pretty much. Like, and then they axed everything. NASA, defense, everything got the shaft. Military bases closed like virtually overnight. Bases getting bracked. Defense spending gets cut. Collapsed the U.S. aerospace industry pretty much. Why do you think there was all those mergers in the 90s? Rockwell, McDonnell Douglas, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman. Trying to get the plane to stall so it goes backwards, but it doesn't want to. It's too stable. It just wants to fly correctly. XB-70s were cool, rough. They were really cool planes. Shame we didn't use them more. We're 30 kilometers up, man. One nuclear submarine makes the thing useless. The XB-70? Yeah. I designed it to be very stable. Yeah, I'll bring her down now. There were two prototypes of the XB-70 made. The first prototype is in the Wright-Patterson Museum of the Air Force. Yeah, there's one of them still around. Really cool. The second one crashed in the 60s. Yeah, I mean, guys, the other thing to think about is that, like, defense may have gotten slashed here in the 60s, or in the 90s and stuff, but, I mean, they found other ways to fund defense spending. Messed up as that is. I didn't mean about this craft in particularly, but ahead of its time innovation in general. That's a complicated question, Ro. It's a complicated question, dude. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's hard to explain. I've been studying this for a long time, and, like, you see it with, you know, getting rid of the Apollo program and, you know, supersonic transport. It really seemed like there for a second we were really gonna just get away from Earth, like, permanently, you know what I mean? Not like permanently, but like, you know, like permanent base on the moon, permanent base on Mars. We're gonna make supersonic transporters to be able to get anywhere in the world within like 2 hours, etc., etc. Yeah, the collection's amazing, Cowboy. I'm with you. It's like we got complicit somewhere, and I'm not exactly sure why. I noticed a real kind of, like, there seems to be a real kind of cultural shift, I guess, in like the late 60s. Something happened, and I mean, maybe it was Vietnam, I don't know. Maybe it was just people getting sick of the Cold War or something. I don't know. We got really complacent with, like, we stopped building planes to go higher, faster, and further, and, you know, push the boundary. And then we started building planes that were just good enough. You know what I mean? Hey, Thrawn, what's up, man? I don't know. Like, I can't really... I don't know. I can't really explain it. I mean, like, I know that defense spending funded projects like this, the SR-71, the U-2. Oh, the British aviation industry took it. Yeah, Kyron, I mean, you guys got gutted from the inside out in the 70s. Like, you know, we got really... It's strange. We got tired of innovating. You know what I mean? Like, we got tired of pushing the boundary and stuff. And you even notice it in, like, the culture. You look at something from the 70s. You look at, like, just people from the 70s. And I'm like, this isn't I'm not trying to say this is bad or anything. Like, you look at people in the 60s. Like, picture, like, Alan Shepard, Gus Grissom, Neil Armstrong. They're all clean cut, all clean shaven, you know, like, you picture them in a nice suit, you know. And then you picture somebody from the 70s, you got a big beard and these really thick glasses and, like, you know, it's kind of just unkempt all over the place, right? Like, there was a strange cultural change there that I wasn't there, so I can't really say. I'd have to ask my parents about it. You know, you even look at Mission Control, like, you look at Mission Control in the 60s, it's all a bunch of guys with, like, clean-cut haircuts, you know, like, really stereotypical engineers. And then you get, like, into the 70s and the 80s, and you don't see that so much, which is very, very interesting. I don't know. It just seems like they... I'm not going to say they gave up. I don't think they gave up on anything. It just... Yeah, it seems like they kind of were just like, meh, alright. Yes, the bloody hippies happen. I don't think it's that simple, Sebsky, but yeah, I don't know. Damn hippies. Who knows? Like, yeah, it really seems like kind of stopped giving a frick. You know, there was all this crazy stuff in the 60s and then just meh. I don't know what that's about, but all right. Okay, so we didn't really see much difference in the intake, so Vietnam happened? Yeah, I mean, I think it was a lot of things. There was a lot of compounding factors, you know? You know? I don't know. It's just, yeah. It's probably something that I don't frankly understand, so. Thanks for your thoughts. I gotta grab lunch. All right, see you, buddy. Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, I don't think it can be traced to one particular cultural event, but yeah. Like, it's strange, and I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe I'd just get back to building a rocket, but I don't know, dude. It sucks because it seems like we were like that close to, you know, getting to the next level, you know, and then it seems like everything since then is, you know, every time we've tried to do it, it gets struck down by something stupid. I don't know, like. You know, and you could assign blame here, you could assign blame there. I don't think it's really one particular entity's problem. You know? I don't know. All I know is that, you know, it's not up to us as a whole. It's up to each individual person. So, you know, if everybody kind of collectively chooses to, you know, let's go push the boundaries again, then it's going to happen. Because that's how it happened the first time, you know? Gonna make the wings fold? They already did. I don't know, man. This looks cool, though. I do know, like, this looks sweet. I mean, I think computers have helped rekindle that because you can prototype a lot faster. I mean, look what Kerbal's done for spaceflight in general. Like, how many people like space because they like Kerbal? You know? So, and I think that has a lot to do with it, you know? You're all individuals. The counterculture movement of the late 1960s grew up to be jaded people in their 20s and 30s. Sounds like people today, Bombadu. I mean, there's a bunch of compounding factors. I'm gonna go ahead and guess, but yeah. You know, I always really thought that, like, 1960s. I always liked that mentality from the 1960s, that real 2001 mentality where, like, look, we can do this, we can do anything. I always found that to be a really good way to think about things, you know? I really admire that mentality towards things. You know, Kelly Johnson with the SR-71 didn't just sit there and say, oh, you know, we could make this, but it's going to cost too much. You know, we'll never get all the titanium for this thing. No, that wasn't even a thought in that guy's head. Like, even Von Braun, if you want to go a little bit earlier, right? Even Von Braun with the, you know, albeit the reasons for it were kind of bad, but Von Braun with the A4, you know? It's not like Mustache Man paid him to make the A4. He made the A4, and then after that, they're like, okay, we're going to use this as a weapon and call it the V2, right? You know, if you have that willpower on your side, you know, for lack of a better word, Yeah, I really always admired that mentality. Not from Germany. That American 1960s mentality that, you know, like we could do whatever. We could do anything if we put our mind to it. I really, really appreciate that. It's a really good way to think. You know, I don't admire Mustache Man for what it's worth, just in case anybody takes that out of context. Yeah, he's kind of a douchebag. I'll take my time out. The shuttle program sucked up a lot of the funding in political capital. I mean, you could say that, Bill, but they developed the shuttle for literally the same price as the Gemini program, so, I mean, I'd say they did a pretty damn good job, considering. So, aero covers, yeah. Oh, here we go. Another jobs program. Nice. The recent comments on cost plus programs, man. Yeah, Bill, I disagree. You can't. I think that calling NASA a jobs program is very. That's almost like borderline derogatory towards what NASA does. You could sit here and you could say that, oh, cost plus space program is just a job program. What's the Apollo program then? What's the Apollo program? Is that not a jobs program? Employed 400,000 people. That's a lot of jobs. Is it Apollo's made with cost plus contracting, so what are we talking about here? You know what I mean? I always thought that was a bad way to think. Cost plus contracting isn't bad, right? The real problem with our current state with cost plus contracting is the fact that there's no goal. You have to have accountability. That's the accountability when it comes to running your space program. Apollo was cost plus. It was designed, its scope was defined very well from the start. Man on moon, back to Earth, 1970, do it. Simple as that. Whatever we need to do that, we could do it, get it done by then. That's the big difference. It's not that, you know, saying that NASA is a jobs program is that's not a very smart thing to say. Because what was the Gemini program? Was the Mercury program? Was the Apollo program? Of course it's a jobs program. Why is that a bad thing? I don't like it when people use that as a derogatory thing towards NASA. Oh, jobs program. It's just a jobs program. It's just a jobs program. Yeah, okay, what was the Apollo program, right? I don't disagree with you fundamentally. The problem with cost plus contracting is pouring money on the problem is a crap way to do long-term goals. Creativity comes from constraints. It's not that, well, it's that, then it's not a funding thing. It's a deadline thing. You need to have deadlines. That's my biggest problem with SLS, and I like SLS. It's a good rocket. I really think it is. It needs a better upper stage. But that's part of the problem. When they decided to IV drip funding for SLS, because it had no goal, instead of funding the whole damn thing from the ground up, you really doomed NASA to basically mediocrity for the next 20 years, which is what happened. But you have to understand the context in which that did happen. I actually am planning a whole spiel on this build today in a couple hours if you want to watch my space news segment. Like, I don't like to shamelessly plug, but I want to play Kerbal right now, but I'll watch the congressional meeting today. I'm going to watch the congressional meeting from yesterday. We're going to watch it for space news today. And I'm going to break it down. I want to explain a couple of things because everybody's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Bill Nelson did a cost plus contract, It's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than flipping to cost plus. First of all, they wanted to get away from cost plus for the lander. You know why they want to get away from cost plus for the lander? Because they don't have the money. That's the real honest truth. That's why they're doing cost plus landers in the first place. That's why HLS chose Starship, because the HLS program, and I'm not just throwing around big words, just if you look at HLS appendix, what is it, appendix H? Under next step to HLS in NASA's contracts, they said that you can personally fund the lunar lander if you want to lower your bid, because Congress didn't give them the money that they needed. But once again, I can get into a whole thing with it, and I will in a couple of hours. But yeah, I mean, it's not as simple as that, dude. It's a lot more complicated than just, oh, cost plus bad, jobs program bad. But yeah, I get you. Let's see. It's easy for us to be critical in hindsight. I think we could have done better, but money corrupts and being comfortable with that funding. That's, dude, that's not how that went down, man. Oh, that's not how that went down, Bill. No, you're killing me right now, dude. You're killing me. Dude, money doesn't have anything to do with it. I mean, it does. Like, don't get me wrong, it does. Please don't take that out of context. But you get the context in which this kind of went down, why we have SLS and why we have the kind of boondoggle that we have is a little more complicated than just, oh, money corrupts all. In 2011, they tried to pull NASA's space program completely. That's the reality of the situation. They tried to pull NASA's program completely. Like, completely. They tried to say, no more of you launching people into space, no more in-house space programs, you rely on commercial now permanently. And Congress freaked out. They freaked the frick out. Because, yeah, I mean, you could sit here and you could say, oh, you know, that's a lot of jobs, you know, they just want the money train to keep going. They just want the money train to keep going. But, and that's probably not wrong either. But, okay, think about the context of this. So you're telling me that representatives from different districts around the United States would willingly give up a multi-million-dollar facility, NASA facility, in their congressional district? Isn't it their job to do the opposite of that? So are we going to get mad at representatives in Congress doing their job, but also get mad at Congress for funding a cost-plus program? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would we do this? You see what I'm talking about? Why is it bad for representatives in Congress who want to keep NASA programs going in their congressional districts to keep their constituents employed? Isn't that kind of what they're supposed to do? I don't understand why people say, oh, jobs program. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. You see what I'm saying, Bill? Like, once again, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like there, somewhere along the line, we got this twisted around. You know, and somewhere along the line, someone said like, oh, you know, NASA's bad. NASA's bad. They need to rely completely on commercial. So, and it also somewhere along the line, you know, somebody tried to say that congressmen doing their job and keeping jobs in their district is a bad thing. I don't understand. Now, don't get me wrong. That it does create a little bit of, you know, like if there's no accountability, if there's no deadlines, then yeah, they're just going to sit there and do nothing all day, which basically, I'm not trying to say that they've done nothing for the past 10 years, but you know, there has to be something there. You have to give them something to do. You can't just, but they tried to do that with SLS, but yeah. I mean, it ended up being a compromised program because Congress freaked out when folks at NASA, not people at NASA, there were top people in the executive branch at the time that canceled Constellation, and they tried to pull the entire space program out from under them. And then Congress freaked the frick out, and they got cold feet and backed off, and we got basically a watered down version of Ares 5 because of it. This might be relay, but I think they're considering all the people. Yeah, I hope so. That'd be kind of nice. There have been aspects of funding that have been more about shareholder profits than advances in space because of how lobbyists work. Yeah, no, Bill. Yeah, no, I don't think you're understanding me. It's fine. Here, let me tell you like this. Basically, long story short, yeah, of course, dude. Duh. We can't expect the political system to not work like the political system when it comes to spaceflight. That's kind of the point that I'm getting at. You know what I mean? It's not like people are gonna have some moment of virtue or clarity and be like, oh yes, I want less jobs in my district for the betterment of our space program. No one's going to do that. And it's foolish to think otherwise. See what I'm saying? That's the point that I'm getting at. You have to work with the system. Yeah, it's a piece of crap. I get it. Lobbyists, etc., etc. I understand. Yeah, you're not wrong. I agree with you. See what I'm saying? See, you have to work with the system to your advantage, like what Apollo did. We can't just sit here and expect Congress to not do Congress things just because it's spaceflight, right? That's not how that works at all. So how about them cowboys? Why is this such a touchy subject, fellas? I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is this such a touchy subject? Yeah, Hellfish. I mean, that's the flip side of that argument, dude. The reason why they said "frick you," we're going to commercials, because we didn't do anything from the space shuttle program. It was out of that dissatisfaction with NASA's progress after Apollo. That's where that mentality came from, the whole jobs plus cost plus thing. The reality of the situation is that you need to have an executive branch that's willing to give a frick about the space program, just like Kennedy did, or Eisenhower before him. Nixon kind of gave a crap, kind of. Not really. But that's another story. But yeah, I mean, fellas, it's a little more complicated than just, oh, jobs program. I find that to be very inflammatory. That's not helping. Because it demonstrates a fundamental lack of understanding. Like, and I'm not saying you guys don't understand either. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, but I don't know why we expect people to be virtuous in anything political related in this day and age and not have it be feigning for something else. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't seem right in my mind. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But we can talk more about this during Space News. You're right. I could have said it differently. Yeah, absolutely, Bill. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be one of those guys like, oh my God, you hate this? How dare you? Like, dude, you got to understand the context. Like, I mean, okay, like, you really want the short answer? Are we expecting anything else from Congress? Really? We expecting them to actually have a moment of clarity? That's not happening. That's not happening, man. So I think it's better to work with the system. I mean, it's better to work with it than against it. And every time you say something inflammatory, they're just going to double down on it. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't help. It doesn't help anything. We got to work with these people, unfortunately. You know, never thought I'd fight with somebody by my side, you know, like. Yeah, there you go, Bomb. I know this is off topic, but I really like the way the MLV is coming together. Yeah, it's getting there. Bill, don't we all, dude? Don't we all? I'll drink to that, man. The paddle is a good way to say it. We gotta get out of here. Come on, do something. Come on, do something. Like, I know, I'm with you on that one, man. I'm with you. All right. So, we did our air intake testing. Once again, fellas, we could talk about this all day during Space News. Watch the congressional meeting. I'll break down some things. Give a couple of history lessons here and there. Because it's important to understand why we are in the position that we're in. And that's... Understanding is the first step to fixing. And not to pivot, but that's why I like Jim so much when he was the NASA administrator. Because he worked with that system instead of against it. And look at all the stuff that got done. Like commercial landers. It's almost like if you're willing to play ball, stuff gets done correctly. Talking out of line, that's a paddling. Alright, so these guys seem to work really nicely. Is it 6? Yeah, it's 6 on the outside. So we need to go 6 times symmetry right there. I'm wondering, do we do it all the way for the pipes? See, I'm not sure how I'm going to incorporate landing leg designs into this. It does look cool though. It looks like we got some kind of external downcomer system going on here, which is actually pretty neat. Yeah, Bomb, I'm gonna try. Guys, I know people aren't gonna want to hear it. Bomb, like, I know what's coming when we go to cover that congressional meeting. I know what's coming. People are probably not going to care. But I'm still going to do it because it's important to get the information out there. The other intakes, you only have to use half the amount of one of these, correct? Yeah, that's right. Now, they were making double the drag, right? But at high speed, they were making 2/3 of... These were making 2/3 of the drag of the other one, right? Have you ever tried chopsticks to catch stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I have, Wrecker. RE Ares 5 SLS. I'm guessing a design using RS-68s under an 8.4 meter take just wasn't going to work. Why not? They would have had some heating problems with the nozzle, Cantab, right? But they had some heating problems with the Saturn V, too. Of course they did. You know what their solution was? Wrap them in asbestos. Telling me we couldn't do that? Ares 5 supposedly wasn't going to work because clustering 5 RS-68s with 2 5-segment SRBs was going to generate too much heat. And don't get me wrong. That is correct. And RS-68s wouldn't have taken well to all that heat. It would have ablated the engines from the outside in because RS-68s have an ablator nozzle. The nozzle on an RS-68 is literally made out of heat shield. Yeah. So having it ablated from the outside in is probably not a good idea. But then again, the Saturn V did the same thing. You know, they solved that problem, film cooling, and then wrapped the outside of the engine with asbestos. Now, RS-68s are not film cooled. It has a straight ablator nozzle with an open cycle. So you would have had to go into... Now you have to redesign the RS-68 to film cool it and make it a closed cycle engine. That's where Ares 5 would have ended up costing a lot of money. I'll bet you... I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that Ares 5 would have ended up with shuttle engines on it. I'm dead serious. It would have ended up like SLS to begin with. Just because the shuttle motors are a much better application here, to be honest with you. I don't like that we're dumping shuttle motors in the ocean. That really pisses me off as a huge shuttle nutcase, but pretty sure we can't use asbestos anymore. Why not? Robotics to extend the intakes out and down as part of the landing legs? Nah, Doom, I don't want to do that. It would have made more sense Banana Time. I mean, SLS, guys, is basically Ares 5. It's Ares 5 from the core stage down. Yeah. It's basically... That's what Ares 5 would have ended up with. But they screwed the upper stage. They basically made Ares 5 and put a Delta 4 on top of it. A Delta 4 upper stage on top of it. That's basically what it is. I mean, that's it, dudes. A much better application, believe it or not, would have been here. If we're going to use RS-68s in the first stage, direct was a much better solution. Direct had 3 RS-68s in the first stage. It had 3 of them instead of 5. And 3 of them were placed in an engine configuration that's very similar to Delta 4 Heavy. They were placed in an engine config exactly like Delta 4 Heavy. See what I'm talking about? If we had done this, that'll work. But yeah, they were basically trying as hard as they could to avoid redesigning the RS-68. That's what they didn't want to do. They didn't want to sit there and make this closed cycle to get it to work better. Because if you look, RS-68s are open cycle. The hydrogen turbo pump and the oxidizer turbo pump are both open cycle. It's about as simple as you can make a high-powered Hydrolox engine. And look, it has a heat shield for a nozzle. There's a better version of it. So they would have had to switch this to a closed cycle and redesign the nozzle. And that was seen as too expensive. But, see, Bill, if you're still here, this is where I get annoyed. Is it too expensive? Is it really too expensive? What's too expensive? What's too expensive? Would you rather not have a freaking moon rocket? What's too expensive? By that stupid mentality, the Saturn V was too expensive too. And look how that ended up. You know, that was their justification for getting rid of the Saturn V. Oh, it's too expensive. It's too expensive. Let's go with the shuttle, which is just as expensive. What, like, that's the mentality thing that I'm talking about. Oh, it would be too expensive. How the frick would you know? How the frick would you know that redesigning the RS-68 to a closed cycle engine is too expensive? How would you know? How would you know? That's bullcrap. There's no way to know that. That's where I get annoyed. That's the stuff that's like, ugh. I know they proposed a regenerative RS-68, which would pretty much be an RS-25. Yeah, it's pretty much an RS-25E. Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, the RS-68 is just an open cycle shuttle engine. That's what it is. It's open cycle. It's just an open cycle shuttle motor. It's derived from it. Did you see the most recent Boston Dynamics vid? Yeah. Yeah, too expensive. I mean, Bill, it's like a inspector. Dude, we watched we read an Inspector General report, it was an OIG report about SLS the other day, and I read it on stream. And long story short, it was the one where they cited a $4 billion price point for SLS. And the hilarious thing to me here is that the guy said it was unsustainable. And when they asked why, he said, oh, it's just unsustainable in my opinion. Literally read it to your explanation. I'm like, are you serious? And this is on the congressional freaking record. This is on a congressional record. This is an OIG report. It's unsustainable in my opinion. What is it unsustainable compared to? Compared to what? The other moon rocket that we have lying around? Compared to the shuttle?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, alright. Compared to what? Starship? Alright, how do we know how much that costs? We don't know because they haven't launched it yet. They don't, how much are we get? How much is that going to cost? How do you know? Like, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, no, it's unsustainable. It's unsustainable because it's unsustainable in my opinion. It's like, wow, okay, thanks, man. Yeah, exactly, Bill. You're not wrong. And like I said, that's what I'm getting at. Should we expect anything less? Nope. That's naivety on our part if we don't expect them to do crap like that. That's our problem, you know what I'm saying? That got because I said so vibes. Oh, geez, and dude, it made my skin crawl, man. I was like, oh, wow, I can't believe that. I can't believe somebody just said that in Congress. Wow, okay. All right, anyway, back to this. So, these look good, but I don't know how I'm going to do the leg design here. Well, of course, Penta, it's a more complicated vehicle. Of course the launch pad catches the rocket. You're telling me that that's less expensive than SLS's development? I highly doubt that. If anything, it's probably about the same. Now, don't get me wrong. You're getting more bang for your buck with commercial. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'm not going to deny that for a second. You know? Uncapping. Let's see. Yeah, uncapping. That's a good point. Yeah, Tesla, I'm with you on that one, but that's not sustainable. I will die on this hill, and I'll die on this hill as a shuttle fan. I love the space shuttle. I love that it exists. If we'd kept launching the Saturn V, it literally would have been cheaper. Yeah. Yep. I mean, if you look at the cost projections and the cost breakdowns from the Apollo program that were recently released, it pretty much proves that launching and building or manufacturing, launching and flying rockets is way cheaper than developing them. Yeah. And let's tie it all back in. That's what I'm trying to do with this project here, with my MLV. I'm trying to make a medium-duty launch vehicle like Saturn 1B or Ares 1 and have that be a nice, robust vehicle that works, and then build a big boy version of this based off of it. Yep. SpaceX said they're funding a significant majority of Starship development internally. NASA gave them a $3 billion contract for development of flight, so I could see SpaceX investing, or close to investing, $10 billion thus far. Ian, Starship's price tag is going to come out to about $30 billion at the end of the day. Actually, that's a ballpark napkin math thing. I think you're right about 10 billion, and I think Starship's going to need a little bit more. Yeah, I know, Blue. It's very interesting. Yeah, Tesla. I mean, fellas, I will say this once, I'll say it again. Constellation was a good architecture. It was good. It was. It's going good, King. How are you? I mean, Ian, yeah, they're building. I mean, you know, dude. Yeah, it's almost like the price tag doesn't change. If you want to build something that's as capable as a Ferrari, it's going to cost as much as building a damn Ferrari, and it's going to cost as much as buying a damn Ferrari. Now, the real thing here is how much do you get out of it? You're going to buy a Ferrari, and are you going to use it to race? You're going to use it to race and make money, or is it going to sit in your garage all day? The cost for SLS can go down. You got to launch it more, not less. That's what I'm getting at. Doing good. Has it flown yet? No. Yeah, Bill. Yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong, man. All right. I got to keep going with the engine section here. I want a little bit of a longer engine section so I can build up places, and I need structure for the engines. I need hold down points, and we need spot where the legs are going to attach, because I want landing legs with this design. So speaking of not having, not getting off the beaten path, right? Let's figure this out. I want the engine section to be about this far. The reason why is because I don't want to attach landing legs to a tank. Now, why? Now, in real life, you don't want to attach anything structural to a tank because it's a fuel tank. But rockets kind of have to pick and choose where they attach things to, right? If you look at Falcon 9, the landing legs aren't really structurally attached to the tanks. There's a little latch point on the side of the fuel tank up there that lets the landing leg go, and it pivots down into position, right? But the structural point where it holds the rocket up is actually on Falcon 9's engine section, which is already strong because it has to be able to take the force of 9 Merlin engines, which is like 10,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Yeah, it's like 2 million pounds of thrust. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of force. Yeah, a lot of force. Yeah. So I want to make sure that all the paraphernalia down here, hold down points, landing legs, engines, are all attached to one part. That fairing. See what I'm talking about? It needs to be attached to that. What do you think about fixed landing legs for your MLV? I was going to explore folder legs, Daitor, to be honest. I wanted folder legs. Oh, you know what? I just got an idea. I got an idea to make this look really good. Give me... Alright, hold on. Go in here, turn on the interstage nodes, and then give me an engine section. Take the engine section, right? Move it here like this. Right? And then we'll just auto strut that, right? I don't like mounting things to engine sections, fellas. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it. It's not a good idea. The reason why I don't like doing it is because they have that weird auto strut locking thing that's going on, and honestly, they move around. I've noticed that. If we're gonna reuse this stage, right, it's gonna do a lot of moving around. It's just like reloading scene up and down. Like the engine section always drifts around for some weird reason. I don't know why. It's really susceptible to part drift. So I don't like using them for structure, believe it or not. It's good for a one-time use expendable rocket, but yeah. What are the radial intakes for? Covers, believe it or not. So let's try something like this. And then I know my engines are mounted to an engine section. I'm just using that for mock-up purposes. Liberty was a good idea, Cantab. I don't care what anybody says. Ares 1 is better. Just saying. Alright, hang on. Let me back the engine section out again. I gotta mess with the fairing a little bit. There it is. Yes. Omega is better than both of them. Human-rated vehicles should be liquids only. Wait, Omega? Isn't Omega all solids except for the upper stage? And also, the space shuttle literally flew from, like, 1988 to 2011 and never had any problems with the SRBs. What are you talking about? SRBs have moved more people into space than any other launch vehicle around. I mean, just food for thought. From 1988 to 2011, Ren. Listen again. Hey, Vulcan. I don't like the idea of putting humans on a vehicle that can't be shut down once lit. I mean... Can make a shutoff for an SRB, dude. It's just when you attach a huge flying brick to the side, it's almost like mass is at a premium, but you can make shutdown mechanisms. Pump nitrogen into the combustion chamber, it'll shut it off. You don't need a lot. All you're gonna need is to make a little bit of cavitation, and the thrust will drop like a lead balloon, like a Led Zeppelin. Bad thing to say when we're talking about rockets, I think, though. Indeed, Bill, my guy. I mean, guys, okay, here. What I'm getting at, fellas, is not that SRBs are inherently good or inherently bad. It really comes down to developed system. It comes down to scope. You can design around the fact that the SRBs can't be shut off. They did with the space shuttle, and it worked 9 times out of 10. Don't get me wrong, that one time is still bad. First and foremost, I want to be very clear. It's about implemented system, right? You could Atlas 5. Somebody already said it in chat. Atlas 5 is going to launch people by, hopefully, knock on wood, by the end of this year with SRBs attached to it. It's not. It really is more about well-developed out systems, and that comes from a good stakeholder expectations and good scope of the project. Shuttle. The scope wasn't really clearly defined when they started building it. It was, build it and we'll figure out the missions later. So because of a very, very, that, and we already talked about the underfunding part. The scope and the stakeholder expectations weren't very clearly defined from the start. That's kind of the issue there. And I'm serious about tacos, but I mean, yeah, well, who doesn't want tacos? Don't you cost plus me again, Bill. I'll slap you. The shuttle wasn't made on cost plus. The shuttle was constantly underfunded, if you really want to know. I'm telling you, man, they developed that whole damn thing for the price of the Gemini program, which is still blows my mind. Still blows my freaking mind. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. How did you do that? Like, how is that even possible? How, like, you make Gemini, the Gemini program, which is a manned spacecraft, 2-person manned spacecraft launching basically on an ICBM, right? How do you make the space shuttle for the same price? How does that even happen? I mean, go look at NASA's fundings. Even I've tallied this up so many times. Even adjusted for inflation, still, I'm like, all right. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. I can't believe that. Sounds more to me like Gemini was really expensive. Well, the reason Gemini was expensive, Snow, is because we didn't know how to do it. And I'll contend to say that the reason why the shuttle was expensive as well is because we didn't know how to do reuse. You guys got to remember, the shuttle is the first attempt at reusing a spacecraft. That's a first attempt. Pretty damn good first attempt, if I do say so myself. What's up, Pop? Alright, these looks like these need to go in one tick. Like that. And then this needs to go Ooh. Nice. Alright, we'll save that out. Will this rocket have fins, control surfaces of any sort? Yep. I hate, yeah, once again, hate engine plates. They're terrible. They like to just wobble around and they just suck. Yeah, overall. I'd much rather use these. Yeah, see? Look, even after attaching these stupid things to an engine plate, now they're auto strut locked for whatever stupid reason. Get rid of that. Hate engine plates. Even after I disconnected them from said engine plates, still auto strut locked. They're coarse, rough, and they get everywhere. Can we afford to move these forward anymore? Still not sure exactly what I'm going to do with the pipe sticking out, but I'll get to it. Well, Core, I want to put like hold down points in before we figure all that out. I want to put hold downs in, leg mounting points. I'm gonna borrow some things from Condor here with this design. Alright, so here's what I gotta do first. So go in here like this, move my engine section out. First, I need 4 struts from the back plate, from the backing plate to the tank. Okay. Remember, this thing is designed to be reused. Or at least that's the expectation. Just like the back end of Vulcan is designed to be reused, so it's built in a very different way than what you'd see from Kerbal. This thing is going to be strong. I'm going to bulk this thing up real hard. I don't want any of this stuff to move around, especially during launch, scene reload, anything like that. I do not want it moving. So we're going to put 2 struts in there, holding that engine section together like that, right? And then... And you could say, oh, that's too many struts. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Keep saying it. It's okay. Can you leverage same vessel collision anywhere so that if it does move a tiny bit, it's kept in check? We could. Yeah, sure. But the whole fairing needs to be SVI, so nothing really in here can be J-speed because I need hold down points for the fairing. Well, not necessarily for the fairing. I don't know. That's something, that's what I really wanted to test, honestly. Freedom rockets were sitting on their fairing. I want to see if I can figure out a better way to hold this thing up. I know people are using people said they used I-beams. What I want to try to do, RCS, I want to try to use Kraken bearings to hold this thing to the pad. I'm interested to see what happens. Because if you got to remember, every other time, right? I've had a docking port on the side with the same vessel collision. And even when the vehicle was fully fueled, it still sagged a little bit. If I have Kraken bearings or something, that means I can put the docking port wherever I want. Put the docking port at the bottom, put it on the side, you put it facing downwards, put it in the engine section if I really wanted to. I gotta find a way to better alleviate the structure of the vehicle when it's on the pad. That was the big problem that I had with the SSTO. I thought I designed it good enough, but I really didn't design the pad to hold 1,500 tons of weight. I'm designing this to be able to hold pretty much whatever, you know? Like we were thinking about the shuttle SRBs, kind of like that Banana Time, yeah. Thermometer bearings, yeah. You know what would be a better way to do this now that I'm thinking about it? Old school Kraken tech, because we know from the what's it called? From messing with the K-29 that we can make synchronizer gears, so I can make Kraken tech work with I can make Kraken tech work with same vessel collision. You know what's kind of funny? This looks like the aft bulkhead from Starship. You know, when they flipped it over the other day and we saw all the plumbing? Kind of looks like that, huh? Rock is about to land? Cool. Oh, it's giving us the Delta V numbers now. 2800 Delta V at 1.2... 1.21 thrust to weight! 1.21 thrust to weight! Great Scott! I didn't want to do Star Wars ships, Yarg. I didn't really feel like it. May the 4th be with you, though. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that. Back to story. Very nice. A bolt of lightning. Fortunately, you never know when or where it's going to strike. How am I gonna generate that kind of power? Tom, it can't be done, can it? Probably don't need that much control on this, to be honest. I mean, we got a big fulcrum here because this thing is really tall. All right, now landing legs. Let's see what he just got in the old inventory here. We might need to modify some things. I didn't get the memo about girth. Did you get that memo? I don't think that was the finalized versions. Kind of sucks that you can't get rid of the black lines on the tanks. Greggy! Ah, there you go, Kansab. That's too much extra mass, RJ, for what I'm really looking for. I mean, we could always just... Orange, you glad that I got some porridge for the rocket? Have you experimented with auto-gyro ducted fans for grid fans? No. For the umpteenth time, ducted fans don't do anything in this game, Hellfish. But an auto-gyro system would. We figured that one out. But I don't understand why we would be using an auto-gyro for grid fins. That's not the right application. You just said let's use an impact wrench to paint the car. That doesn't make any sense. Could you do this with us parts using robotics? Or are you just doing what works? I'm doing what I want to achieve an application. Right? Huh. Huh? Huh. I just think robotics for retracting would make it easier. I just think that chat's not allowed to make any engineering decisions because you screwed me the last time that you did, so I'm gonna do it my way, okay? Because that's what I want. Because I'm the stakeholder in this project, remember? Check out the name tag. You're in my world now, Chatma. Those Kraken legs will always result in more runs. Oh, God dang, I love proving you guys wrong. It's going to make me really happy when this works. Oh, man, that's going to be sweet. I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. Time is it? 3:30, okay. Show us on the rocket where chat hurt you? Oh. I mean, I didn't realize you wanted me to relive traumatic experiences, but yeah, I can show you exactly where that happened. Where is it? Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. It was right in that area right there. Yeah, see that? See that area right there? Right there, and then a little bit over there as well. Probably right here too. Yeah, somewhere right in this area here. See where all that jumbled up pile of mess that took me like 3 months to engineer? Yeah, see where that's all broken? Yeah, like right there, yeah. I mean, yeah, I could actually do that. I'd like to remind everybody that this is a career mode save. Look at my money. So where on the rock? Oh, right there, right in this area right here, where the broken rocket is. Yeah. Do you want to? So career mode players, look at this. Think about how much that costs. That thing has 14 shuttle engines on it. 14 shuttle engines. It was right in this area right here. Man, that thing was money though, coming through the atmosphere. That's a lot of damage. How about a little more? I can show you exactly where it hurt me. Couldn't you make it work with only one shuttle engine? To be fair, chat only said SSTO. You decided what type of SSTO to make. Oh, yeah. Yep. Typical bureaucrat, Yarg. Trying to come up with excuses to defend your actions. Oh, wait. You can't, because it's your fault. Yeah, letting you guys make engineering decisions by committee, yeah, that was the dumbest thing I've ever done. And I'm never doing it again. I'll build what I want to make. You guys come up with where you want it to go. Novus is like, I didn't vote. I make no excuses for how much I pushed it. I still think it's the coolest thing. It is pretty cool. Yeah. No, guys, look, honestly, it's not that I could probably do more stuff like that, dude. Like, I just honestly, and I probably in any other scenario, I probably would have soldiered it out with the SSTO and made it work. But just the stress of the holidays is really pissing me off, and now like my brain associates the SSTO with how stressed out I was during the holidays in 2021. Because, let's be real, what about 2021 was redeeming? Literally nothing except for space, right? So, that's why I was like, I just don't want to work on it. I'm just going to engineer something new. So, let me give you a thing on these. These are Condor legs, and I'm not gonna reuse Condor's legs. I'm going to make a new version of them. But these versions of the legs are gonna be a hybrid system, just like we came up with the hybrid systems on the K-29. The hybrid systems. I can make Krakatech work, and I can make sim vessel collision work, guys. These legs will never come off. How do you make the wings on the legs not affect things? I always have problems with wings and aerodynamics. Well, wings on the bottom of the rocket are going to stabilize it, not hinder it. It is what it is, King. It's 375 J speed. Condor's core diameter is this right here. Yeah, so I'm gonna redesign a couple of things, but you get, once again, fellas, remember, you can have same vessel collision with thermal bearings. Okay, honey piston. I docked for the first time, only 500 hours in on the game. Hey, congratulations! You thought ahead at all, or are you saving any projects trying Kerbal? Kerbal 2? I don't know what Kerbal 2 is going to entail, except going to other star systems, so... Or other solar systems, so I have no idea. This is everything on the table right here. Ah, I lost my train of thought. Dang it, I forgot what I was doing. Crap. Is there a way to use bending to your advantage in this game, or is that just the Kraken in the nutshell? You can if you... You can, yeah, absolutely. If you test it, sure. You were building an SSTO. I see what you did there. I'll warn you guys though, I'm probably not going to play KSP 2 like I play KSP 1. Not at least initially. With KSP 1, I didn't come up with engineering and mission mode right away. I just played the game and enjoy it. And then I found ways to play the game that I liked, that made me happy. I'm probably just going to play the game. We'll just launch and time warp to everywhere and then go from there. Whenever that happens, you know? Alright. Whatever, I don't know what that means, J-Speed, but okay. Yeah, user guide, pretty much, dude. Yeah, or for real. Mm-hmm. Guys, I could, yeah. I was like, oh, you've never been to other planets. Dude, I could go to any planet I want with the Kraken drive. You want to spend a week doing that, we can. Go to every single planet. In one shot with one spacecraft. Like, Kraken drives make it too easy, dude. Alright, so let me think about this. How are we gonna make this work? Build a 747 with a Kraken drive. Take me 5 minutes, dude. I'm thinking. Nah, I didn't do anything for Star Wars Day. Jeff, I'll be honest, I'm kind of worried about like DMCA and stuff, and I hate that I am, dude, but it's the truth. You know, kind of bumming. Like, it'd be fun to do Star Wars stuff, but also, like, you know, I have the pod racers, I have the snow speeder and stuff, and that AT-AT build would be fun. I kind of want to do it, but you know, we can't play the Star Wars music, right, without someone getting mad, and it's Disney, so I don't really want to. You know, it kind of takes the fun out of it, you know? Play it on your automaton. Nice. Balls. Last, and if the first KSP stream is dedicated to building a launch pad, I'm personally flying over to kick your butt. Yeah, it literally just said the opposite of that, but alright. Oh, you take a joke? Not in joke mode right now, you dope. Trying to figure out how to make this. I am deep in thought, don't you understand? I get you, man, I get you. Module.jokes is missing. No, I'm trying to think about how I can do a words. I can't even words. Come on, words. I'm trying to think about how I could do a hybrid tech landing leg. I should be able to get this right. We could do it. I know I can do this. That's right, 95, yeah. Okay, so I need something for this to attach to. I don't want any damping on that. This thing really doesn't need to be motorized at all, but I'll leave it motorized just for testing purposes. Dolphins. I'd like a master sub-assembly for the engine, but the other thing that we need to figure out is how we're going to do the upper part of the hydraulics here. How are we going to do the landing struts? Porpoising, laughs in Mercedes. Oof. Man, they went from heroes to zeros pretty quick, didn't they? The MC server is empty today. Alright, I'd like this on a sub-assembly. I just don't know how we would make a good sub-assembly here. Alright, let's just use our old friend the cubic octag. Alright, let's put this in here, like this. Alright, now get rid of the other pieces here. I just want the legs to be able to be detachable in a sub-assembly. Unlike Condor, guys, I'm not going to try to make the legs reattachable. Like, if one falls off or whatever, just recover the booster. We'll just bring it back to be refurbished. That's what SpaceX would do. They wouldn't go for full reuse, so... I'm not going to make the detachable engine section like I did with Condor, and these landing legs shouldn't necessarily need a downward-facing docking port either. If I can engineer this right, they're not going to need anything. We'll have the landing leg opening sequence bound on a cow controller, and the cow controller should make the thing lock into place, like how the locking collets work on Falcon 9 in real life. The only thing is that we, you know, if we want to take the booster, right, and we want to lift it up, we want to move it around, we want to do whatever with it, what I can do is I can either make a recovery vehicle grab it, like the TDRV, which will be way easier to make with robotics this time around, and I can use the same hybrid tech to make it work. We could do that and bring the booster sideways and then bring it back. No problem. That would be really easy to do. Or we can, we could get an octo grabber or an SPMT or something underneath it, lift it up, and then just fold the legs back up automatically because it's robotics, you know? So, as you plan to use robotics for actuation and Kraken tech for strength and structure? Bingo. I think I can eliminate hydraulic drift from hybrid tech like this, J-Speed. The vector-powered TDRV. It was a good time. Alright, so get rid of Condor's leg. We don't need that. I'm just going to make a copy of this out here. Oh, it already bound it to freaking radial. I've been out for a week or so. What's this? It's a rocket that I'm working on for mission mode. Okay. Cleanest footage of the AN-225. Let me see. I'll have to look. J-Speed. Yeah, that's just a shame. The engines still work? I mean, salvageable. You want to see the crazy part about this, dude? Want to see the absolutely insane part? This entire wing assembly, and this is from Dmitro Antonov, the pilot of this plane. He said this. I mean, you got to look over it, and it's going to need to be repaired because there's a bunch of shrapnel holes in it. But the entire port side wing on the 225 is being held up by a crushed Cessna over there. And that literally saved the wing from hitting the ground and destroying itself. Look. See the crushed Cessna over there? That Cessna is holding up that entire AN-225 wing. It's trying. It's trying to keep the dream alive, man. It's like, help me. Look at it. It's like, I got it. I can hold it up. We're good. And that little Cessna might be the reason why this whole wing is usable. Because if it wasn't, it would have slammed into the ground when the thing blew up. And it would have destroyed, it would have absolutely destroyed all three of these engines. Slava Cessna. Yeah, that little Cessna's holding the whole thing up. Look at that. Look at that little guy. Oh, I feel so bad. Hey, bro, you got weird jack stands. Yeah. They could use that other, but like, see, the wings section, believe it or not, the wing box starts kind of like right here, and the wing section looks relatively intact. Now, don't get me wrong, you're gonna have to take the whole freaking thing apart, and you're gonna have to test it again. Like, seriously, all the factory testing that they did in the 80s, you're gonna have to do that again on that wing to make sure it acts exactly the same. You're gonna have to. And it may or may not be salvageable. I mean, shrapnel's been inside of this engine. It's pretty clear. Because look at all the shrapnel around in the hangar and stuff. Like, we can reuse parts from this. But every part that you reuse from this plane is going to have to be taken apart completely. You got to take it down basically to bare components, test it, and then put it all back together. That's how A and P do. Like, see, look, there's a shrapnel hole right there, and there. Who knows what went in that intake? You don't even want to take the chance. Take all this apart. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Antonov doesn't know how to do that. They're obviously going to do that. Hey, little Cessna. You don't know if you pierced a fuel tank or something. I mean, that's clearly what happened here. I mean, I'm not like crazy, nor was I there. I don't know. But it's very clear that a fuel tank got punctured and the plane caught on fire. That's fire damage. Aluminum burns, fellas. It burns like fuel. It burns really well. So when a plane catches on fire, that's it. It'll burn. The plane becomes the fuel. But see all the soot right here on the wing? It's very clear that somebody, amidst the fighting, a fuel tank got punctured, and then a bomb went off, and some hot shrapnel found the fuel and lit the plane on fire. That's the only reason why this plane is even relatively recognizable. That's the only reason. If a bomb hit this thing directly, there would be no discernible piece of this plane. This is crossfire. Which tells me that nobody intended for that plane to get shot. It's just collateral damage. Because if somebody intended that plane to get destroyed, there would be no discernible piece. Just on a side note, that's the thing that held Buran, right? Once upon a time. Yep. Once upon a time. You turn any material into powder, it will burn. Yeah. I have S. I don't want to show that on stream. It's pretty disgusting. How's the tail off the ground? 225 had such a big footprint that even with the front of it destroyed, it still balances correctly. But part of it, I think, is because of that wing that the Cessna's holding up, dudes. I can't believe that little 172 is holding up that entire wing. And it's not, it didn't just crunch it like a freaking car in a car compactor. You're gonna go to lunch, Jackery? Okay. Yep. Pretty crazy, right? Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe that thing didn't crunch it. It's actually pretty ridiculous. Yarg, it's off the ground, dude. Look. It's off the ground. Yarg, I've seen other footage. I've seen other footage where they walked right up to the damn thing. Dmitro Antonov. He's the pilot, or was the pilot for this plane. It's off the ground. It's about maybe yay off the ground. That Cessna straight up took that wing. It straight up took that wing. And it's holding it up. The Cessna, look, the Cessna's off the ground. The belly of that Cessna is off the ground. That's what I can't, like, how? How did that not crunch that plane? What does the other side of the 225 look like? You don't want to know. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you don't want to know. Show that to the people who say air travel isn't safe. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. Do you know about the community fixes mod? Does it really stop robotic drift? Nothing is going to stop robotic drift, Pato, unless you make it stop. Robotic drift comes from binding parts. The robotic parts drift because they bind up. If you have a part that's bound up or under a load, right, it's going to freeze it in that position and it'll move around. It's binding. If you make something that doesn't bind up, it's not going to drift as much. I mean, facts. Like, and I've done tons of testing, tons of quantification testing, all kinds of stuff to make sure that how does this rocket vary from Condor first stage boost back vertical RTLS? Well, Condor is right there, this one is right here. I made closable joints with the, oh jeez. That's, wow. I really made that complicated, man. You could take the leg, yeah, detachable joints. You could take the legs off and everything. Jeez. I mean, what's the design criteria? This is supposed to be my own design. First stage reusability mandated from the start. Possible second stage reusability sometime down the road. Stakeholder expectations is to build a good low Earth orbit or low carbon orbit access vehicle that could scale up to a bigger vehicle down the road. Think of like if when they did the Apollo program, instead of making Saturn 1B, they made Falcon 9 instead. And then instead of making Saturn 5, they made something like Starship, but expendable. Like a bigger version of Falcon 9, you know? Like super heavy with a regular upper stage on top of it. Kind of like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I want the designs in this, fellas, to be mine. They're my designs. I want them to be mine, my own. Like, I want to really make that clear. You wanted to be able to replace the leg after it was broken. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good exercise, I suppose. I mean, I think we learned more or less that, you know, if the legs break, the rocket most likely is going to break. And even if they don't, it's probably better to... It's probably better to... Oh, that doesn't look good. Words, dude, words. I don't know. Got a lot of brain fog today, guys. Probably shouldn't be developing with brain fog, but it's all right. Long story short, if the legs break, you most likely crash the rocket. And even if, like, I could take things apart. I mean, we were trying to do that pre-robotics. Nowadays, with robotics, I could probably get it done. I could probably do it. Probably make entire engine sections swappable. Yeah, that's no problem. But even then, like, how do I line up? How do I line up the engine section? There's no way to line it up. It's just on a large docking port. That's something. That's a capability that I never ended up using. It's just not. It's not worth it. Yep. Sometimes. He's completely lost it. Yeah, most likely. New legs. New legs. Okay. Okay. Here's an idea. Why not make the extended part of the leg attached to the engine part via a hinge, and then it can be locked in with a docking port? Like that? That's what Condor did. But sometime, see the gap. What? You're looking at the medium-duty rocket. No. I'm trying to do something different than that, Firework. No. I'm trying to make something a little bit different, okay? Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Wow, that went by quick. Okay. Good progress today, guys. I really like the engine section. Just got to figure out the legs and stuff. If our Kraken Tech bearings can work, then we're gonna be sitting pretty. Hey, Stream Chat, what's going on? No, Firework, I understand. I don't think... I think you looked at what I was doing for like 30 seconds and then said, oh, why don't you do this? Not wholly realizing that I'm already pretty much doing what you're saying. Yeah. I think you tuned back in on the stream for about 15 seconds and said, oh, well, you should do this. Well, yeah, I know. I have the whole leg's supposed to be attached to a hinge. That hinge is going to be free floating. It's going to be locked in with Kraken bearings here. Hopefully, if they work. I got to test it. We got to test it. We got to make sure. Now, when we undock the leg, or when we go to open it, I'll have a secondary port up here. We'll depress the port, and then I'll have we'll have a hydraulic system, push it out, and basically work exactly like the landing struts do on Falcon 9. When the legs are in the fully deployed position, I'll have this whole thing sequenced on a cow controller, and the hinge, when it gets down to a certain angle, right, it'll lock. I'll lock it into position. And then when I lock it into position, then it's not going to move. It'll lock the legs. And then we have auto struts working on the legs along with the hydraulics right there to make sure that it won't collapse. The combination of auto struts with the Kraken bearing hinge basically takes, this is what I mean. People are saying like, oh, those legs are just going to fall apart. No, they're not. No, they're not, because they never become a separate vehicle in this design. It'll all be sequenced by a cow controller. So basically the legs will open up, and they'll open up the same way every time, if I'm theorizing this correctly. And there should be no hydraulic drift. And honestly, I won't need a vehicle to flip them back up into position. I'll just make the hydraulics retract, and when they retract, it should retract the leg up, back into position. So all I got to do is just grab the booster, hold it for a second, fold the legs up, take it horizontal, and move it wherever. Stream chat, 61 months. Thank you. What I'm trying to point out is the space in between the two parts of the leg, and do an additional hinge for the gap between the two aero surfaces. Why? Why would I do that? Huh? Because, wow. Well, now that you say that. Well, why, Firework? Why would I do that? The whole point of the leg design is that it needs to be rigid. It needs to be strong. Why would I do that? Adding another elbow in there is just going to add another thing that can fail. This thing needs to be rigid. It's just a way to close the gap and lock it in with a docking port. Yeah, no. I'll figure out other ways to close the gap. I don't want to do that. That's not. I don't want to do that way, Firework. I'll just use a flag or something to bridge that gap. Way easier. 3 parts. Never gonna fail. You know? That's a way easier way to do it. It solves the same problem, and it's not. You know, you're talking about having this thing fold out like. You know, like it'll go out like this and then out like this and then out like that. No, why would we make that more complicated than it needs to be? I don't want to do that way, dude. I may have misinterpreted, but it sounds to me like you're trying to match the SpaceX booster catcher. No, not necessarily. This is more like Falcon 9 than anything. I've tested being able to catch boosters, Teeth. It's doable. You need to have a lot of spare propellant to be able to basically guide that thing right in. Here, I'll show you. Here. I mean, wasn't Condor created off of Falcon 9? It's supposed to be a Kerbalized version of Falcon 9, yes. Not MLV though. MLV is mine. That's my own design. You tested this? Yeah. Watch. Here. We'll do this right before we jump into space news. You'll see. Watch this. Long story short, it works. It's wonky, but it works. Here. Yeah, Jax, I got you. Ready? Explosions. Did you reduce the fuel? I did. It's doable. You can catch boosters in KSP. I don't know how you're going to do it. Because in real life, this thing's supposed to be moving with the booster. You know what I mean? Guys, I don't really think I should do this with MLV. I really don't think that's a good idea. With that being said, I could. But this is an extraordinarily complicated launch pad. And you know how I am with those extraordinarily complicated launch pads. Like, it's good to know yourself, you know? I honestly think we'd be better off just making a recovery vehicle that can just pick the booster up and move it back to the pad. Still gonna be ridiculous when SpaceX actually does this. Running teeth, is this what you were talking about? Like, I mean, Yarg, the other thing is that I could make a better catch mechanism than this. This was SpaceX's. Like, I could make a better Kerbalized version of this, I suppose. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't break the tower. Don't break the tower. Come on. You'd be adding way more mass and fuel to land the thing properly than you would in the legs to land. Yeah, but adding more fuel is not that much of a that's not that difficult comparatively to adding a more complicated landing mechanism. The only thing that you're adding to get the booster back is more fuel. That's the idea. I mean, it's always a trade-off, Yarg. Congratulations. You understand basic engineering, right? Like, no, I'm not trying to be a dick. Like, I mean, only a little bit, but like, the idea is that your pads are more complicated than the rocket. Making a bigger fuel tank on a rocket is not necessarily the most difficult thing, you know? I know what you're saying, like the mass of the landing legs versus mass of fuel. But you gotta remember, with a reusable rocket, it's not totally about delta V. I know that sounds ridiculous, but with a reusable rocket, you're going to take some liberties. You gotta think about it like an airplane, right? What's easier? I mean, if airplanes were going to be the most efficient, they'd jettison the landing gear after takeoff, right? Because why would you lug all that landing gear around with you? And then theoretically, like, as you drain fuel, you jettison each part of the wing. If we wanted to be technical, but you got to remember, you take all that stuff with you so you can reuse it later, right? The thing with rockets, though, is that it's already complicated. And if you take in this particular case, you're landing in the same place that you took off from, so it kind of makes sense to leave the landing gear there, I guess. At least that's how Elon sees it. I agree, though, in Kerbal, it would probably be better to just do landing legs. I don't think we should do this. I can do it. Oh, yeah, we can do it. It's hanging from it right now. Here, let me bring it down. J-Speed, I could get it with enough extra fuel. That's what Yarg's alluding to. With enough extra fuel, we could get it. I could land it every time. You know? Want to see the cool part? Ready? Oh, I think the hydraulics are locked. Do I need radiators on my Dragon-style capsule in KSP? No. But I think with the low delta V numbers of Kerbal in general, I don't think that's necessary. We'd necessarily, you know, like, oh, you need the extra delta V. Not really. The U-2 jettisons pogo wheels upon takeoff. Leans into the wingtip after landing. Okay, so you've cited a specific case example. So, all right, oh, because the U-2 has it, every plane's like that, right? Total Staples? Yeah, you're right, but that, I mean, okay. So by that logic, every rocket should be cut, right? If we're gonna just, you know. I mean, now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm not going to say that we shouldn't do that. It's probably a good idea. The rocket's sitting back on the pedestal, by the way. Now, landing precise enough that a large fixed crane might be able to reach the rocket, pick it up, and move it back to the pad, that might just be doable. That's what I'm thinking, Yarg. So, what I had in mind, honestly, for what I had in mind for the MLV, and this could work for the bigger rocket, is that if I get this thing precise enough, okay, like, I don't know, 10 meters, I could do that. I could bullseye Womp Rats. They're no bigger than 10 meters. May the 4th, there you go. We could make something like Complex 34. Here, let me show you. Let me find a picture of it. Von Braun, we have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the material. Oh, that would have been a good idea. No. There's how they made S4Bs. There's the S4B flow. No. Okay, Complex 34. So Complex 34 has stuff that we already have. We already have the bridge crane. The bridge crane is made for putting the booster together. When the rocket needs to be assembled on the pad, the bridge crane moves over to the pad, and they drive in the rocket parts right here. They lift them up, and they stack them on the pedestal, just like I did for the Freedom rockets, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. What we could do is have the parking spot for the bridge crane right here, and then put the landing pad right there. So when I bring down MLV, we land it, right? All I got to do is just move the crane into position, pick the sucker up, center it, move it back, land it on the pad. That's it. Put it back on the pad. That's my idea. Yeah, I put the bays on landing gears and they roll back and forth. And then I have guide rails to make sure that they're going in the right way, going in the right direction. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just basically put the landing pad right here. So, rocket launches, right? This thing is in an intermediate spot right here. I select this as target, right? And I target it, and I bring the rocket down kind of sideways, and then at the last second, instead of crashing into the crane, I fire the engines and come down and land. And as long as I'm relatively centered, if I can get the thing accurate enough, and dude, I'm pretty sure I can. Especially with some of the extra fuel I have left over with this vehicle. I over-engineered it on purpose because it's designed for RTLS. I figured boost back and landing into the design from the start. You know, we could land it right there, and provided I got it centered enough, I could take the crane, we could move it over here. You know, as long as it was relative, right? We could roll the crane onto the rocket, pick it up, and move it. If not, I can make something that can go underneath it, grab it, and then line it up. You know, that's two vehicles that are, one of them you're already using to put the thing together. And two, the centering vehicle wouldn't be too difficult. I think I can do it, Yargs. I'm positive. I'm confident in my ability. Yeah, I just gotta dust off the cobwebs. Could you explain a little bit on why Skylab wasn't kept alive? It fell out of orbit before the space shuttle could get to it. That and my Apollo program is expensive, whatever that means. Mo, it's too expensive. It's not sustainable. Like, you understand why I get so annoyed when people say that crap. Because that's what they said about Saturn. That's what they said about Apollo. And then the shuttle started flying, and the shuttle was nice and sustainable until they decided it wasn't. And then that wasn't sustainable. That went out the window. And then the program that was designed to replace it, that wasn't sustainable. That went out the window. And now they're trying to do the same stupid thing with SLS. Oh, that's not sustainable. That's going to go out the... Yeah, no. I'm noticing a pattern here. And, you know, like I said, I'm noticing a pattern. And that pattern here is that we're stupid enough to believe them every time that they say it's not sustainable. We're dumb enough to actually believe that crap. And people fall for it hook, line, and sinker every freaking day, dude. Every day you see, well, I think SLS, cost plus contracts is bad. I think SLS is a bad rocket. Ha ha ha. You're falling for it again. Shame on us. That's our fault for not holding them accountable, man. I'm telling you. Oh, hello, rocket guy. How you doing? Did Skylab have cargo inside of it when it was launched? Yeah, of course. It's basically a whole space station. Whole space station ready to live in, dude. Yeah. Not shame on it specifically. How am I supposed to tell my congressman that he's a freaking idiot? Write him a letter? Call them? You know you can do that, right? That's what you're supposed to do. How did it fall out of orbit? Did they not account for that when they put it up there? What? What are you talking about? It has no thrusters. It has no thrusters. It needed the Apollo CSM to move it into position, to boost the station. It needed Apollo command service modules to go to it to boost the station. And every time the last Apollo command service module that went to that thing was in what, 1974? Came down in 1979. There was nothing. The station just ran adrift until it found a decaying orbit, and that's it. Its orbit was unsustainable. Yeah, there you go. I got an automated response that they received your message. So call them. You got to be the squeaky wheel here. Blue, you got to be the squeaky wheel. Call them. I was curious how long a crew could have lived off supplies on the initial launch of Skylab, if that makes sense. They were doing a month stay, I think, at the time, RJ. Even after Skylab 4 left, the station still had plenty of supplies on it. We just yeeted a perfectly good space station because a space shuttle. Skylab was freaking huge too, by the way. It's a gigantic monster station. It's a 6-meter wide space station. The thing's freaking gigantic. Like, that's 6 meters. That's wider than a Delta 4 stage. Wider than Vulcan. 58 days is the longest stay. There you go. Yeah, that thing was freaking gigantic. Look at the people inside. The thing is freaking huge. We should do this. We should do this with SLS. To be honest with you, take an EUS-derived Skylab and just put it up there for a NASA station. Yeah. No thrusters to keep it up there. Of course there's thrusters, but they're attached to this thing. This doesn't have any thrusters on it. Where the lunar excursion module was supposed to be, they have the adapter, the docking ring. And then the Apollo telescope mount was riding up where the CSM should be. And then the Apollo telescope mount is on a hinge, so when it launched into space, they moved it. It was basically up top, and then they moved it off to the side. That was a space telescope on a space station in space. Yeah, if the shuttle had been on time, they were gonna boost it. They were gonna put a service module on the back of this thing and boost Skylab. That's correct. Yep. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, Skylab was a prototype for a transfer vehicle.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
A lot of people don't know that. It's not Skylab wasn't just supposed to be a low Earth orbit station. It was a prototype for a long range vehicle. What they were basically going to do is there was two kind of ways that they could do it. They could launch a dry workshop Skylab and then launch another Saturn V with no LEM inside of it, right? And then the CSM could dock to that, and they could dock the S4B to the Skylab, and then CSM up front and make a gigantic transfer vehicle. Or they could do what's on the screen here. You have an airlock compartment here, and you actually have an S4B. That's a real, that has liquid fuel in it, right? And that could put you on your transfer burn to like Venus or something, and then they'd purge this out. They'd get all the hydrogen and oxygen out of it, fill it with the environmental control systems that were here. They'd fill it with atmosphere, and then you could use it as a space station. That's called a wet workshop. Skylab is a dry workshop. Dry workshop means that it was a fuel tank that they made into a space station. A wet workshop is a fuel tank that gets made into a space station after it uses all of its fuel up in space. This right here was supposed to be our transfer vehicles. This is how we were going to sustainably get back to, like, sustainably go to the moon, right? Instead of three guys just sitting in here with the LEM, right? A Saturn V could move an uncrewed LEM out there by itself. Then the astronauts would go in this, right? And then, you know, you'd have an entire space station. This thing could circularize it around the moon if you wanted to. I mean, you'd use a lot of that, but and then you'd have a space station around the moon, a wet workshop around the moon. Or what, to be honest, what they really wanted to do was use it for a Venus flyby. The Apollo program's next target after the moon was not Mars, it was Venus. They were going to do a crew Venus flyby. Yeah, that was the idea. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. They weren't going to land on Venus. You can't do that. Well, you can. You're not going to live very long. They would have had crew on a long duration stay in Skylab. So like the ISS, for instance, the ISS is a laboratory that's for us to live and learn and figure out how to work in space. Okay, but it's the ISS. It's not going to move anywhere. Skylab does all of that, but it also is a prototype for your transfer vehicle. This is how we would have gotten to Mars with the Apollo program. So you have basically a space station module here. It's got multiple docking ports, right? You got multiple docking ports right here, and then you would have had an airlock right here to go into the wet workshop. Yeah. Yep. Look. It's a freaking gymnasium in there. What would be the benefit of sending crew on a Venus flyby? Can they operate more sensors and collect more data? Because we freaking can. Skylab had a shower in it. It had a bathroom. No problem. You had a gym where you could work out. It had a kitchen. There's the kitchen right there. You see it? Like, when I say kitchen, I mean cabinets and stuff. It wasn't just, you know, oh, like the ISS, put on the walls what we have and then go from there. Skylab had all that from the start. It was a great idea. Really, it was very freaking smart. Yeah, see? Jack Lousma. Freaking look. It's the shower. So the shower maintained positive pressure. Basically, you locked yourself in, right? You put the shower curtain up. You buttoned up the shower curtain, and it maintained pressure. It had a vacuum going in it. Not a vacuum enough to kill you, but it'd flow air around, right? And the water would go with the air. And basically, you have a vacuum cleaner, a shop vac, basically a wet dry vacuum at the bottom of this thing, and it sucks all the air and water in. It separates them, and then you purify it and do it again. Literally a shower. See? B. Conrad, right there. Freaking shower. Never use that. You know they wash themselves up on the ISS. American, European, Russian, Japanese. You know they do that. They take some baby wipes with some water and they wipe it on themselves. There's no shower up there. Yep. Yeah, one of the solar panels broke off on the way up, by the way. Yeah, it was supposed to have 2 solar panels. It never had 2 solar panels. It only had 1. Yeah. It broke up on the way because the Saturn V shook it off. True story. Yep. And then they had massive heating problems because some of the radiators didn't work. That's why they literally covered the thing with a tarp. Yeah. We need another Skylab? Doable. Yeah. Skylab rescue vehicle Apollo CSM being removed from its Saturn 1B rocket after the last Skylab mission. That's in a museum somewhere. EUS Skylab. And then they wanted to boost it with the shuttle. They wanted to put a docking ring on it, basically with a service module. A toroidal service module, so with an airlock in the center so the shuttle could dock to it, and then they would have boosted Skylab back up to another orbit. And then they could have built a space station off of this. It was on the books. Shuttle wasn't ready in time. Underfunding do be like that. And there's pieces of Skylab. Yep, the Skylab Rescue CSM is at the Apollo Saturn V Center, and the Saturn 1B is at KSCVC. Yep. Guys, we could do that. We could do it. In fact, you know, like, you could... All right, here. So, look at SLS Block 1B. Like, so you can take Block 1B, and you don't even need an EUS with this thing. It's possible, like, oh, she's beautiful, don't get me wrong. So, with the EUS, this is what you have right here. You have this that pops out, right? The core stage is attached right here, and you have four RL-10s, etc., etc. You have that big honking hydrogen tank right there, and you have Orion at the top. Okay? What you could do with this, right, is just get rid of all that. Get rid of all that, right? And then, basically, just take another SLS LOX tank right here, stack that on top of it. I'm serious. Just stack that on top of the forward skirt of SLS. And just separator. Done. I mean, that's difficult. Don't get me wrong. But it could be doable. So instead of the inner stage, you just stack another LOX tank up there, right? And then inside of the universal stage adapter, you put a docking ring with IDSS, so Dragon, Starliner, whatever, could reach it. And that's where you have your solar panels and stuff. So you could launch a 1B variant, right? You have your LOX tank up here. You already know that that's going to be able to withstand the loads because you have one of them right here. So you stack another one here, and you literally do another Skylab. You don't even need to use the EUS. That's too complicated. Don't use that. Just put a LOX tank there. And then whatever decoupler that you came up with for the EUS, whatever decoupling mechanism, you just use that over. The applications are there. It's possible. So you might like this. Yeah. Nice paint booth. So you could do it in one launch. Bingo. Yeah, Chief. Block 1B, get an Orion up there with a space station, right? In one shot. And the Orion can undock, and if it was me, dude, what I would do is I would look to launch Orion on Vulcan Centaur Heavy. So I could send up another Orion to it. Or you have these commercial partners with their spacecraft that are almost ready to go. One of them's almost ready to go. The other one's been flying for a couple of years now. You could have them go to it. And, you know, station runs out of, you know, you don't want to use it anymore? All right, fine, send it back down. It's just a LOX tank. Whatever. No problem. Send another one up. But, you know, we there's stuff like that, and then, you know, we don't do that. We got commercial destinations or whatever. And I get it, commercial destination. I get it, but I don't. The honest truth is, like, is there really a reason why we can't do all these? Like, don't say money. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That is easily scalable, doable architecture. Like, that's not that bad. We could do it. Or better yet, make a wet workshop out of the core stage. Done. Wet workshop core stage. And then, you know, you put a freaking super heavy sized space station up there, and then make Starship dock to it. And then how about this? You could use an SLS core stage as a refueling depot for Starship. Just saying. How about Falcon Heavy for Orion? Yeah, Falcon Heavy could do it. Convert SLS to methane? If it can hold hydrogen, it can hold methane. Like, there's so many scalable mission applications here with SLS. It's a freaking switchblade of launch vehicles. Like, and don't get me wrong, there's no way that nobody at NASA doesn't know about this. They're probably doing studies into it right now, if I had to guess. There's probably some guy somewhere, some intern, that's doing some type of application somewhere. Yeah, Pigzig. Yeah, exactly. Starship could go out there, grab the RS-25s from SLS, and bring it back down. Now, I know the easy solution there is, well, okay, why are we using SLS at all? Why not just use Starship? Well, I mean, let's be real. The only thing better than having one super heavy launch vehicle is having two. Don't at me. Right? Don't at me. Okay, we're going to start